Alrighty. Well, it's Sunday Night Live. Hey, wait a minute. Where's everybody at? Aw, come on. Where are you hiding? Oh, there you are. Hey, get on out here. It's Sunday Night Live. All right. Well, come on. I got to get you out of there. Hey, there we are. Alrighty. Hey, welcome to Sunday Night Live. Let me get some likes on here. Alrighty. Hey, welcome, and thanks for coming along. And who do we got here? So Rick Thomas was on there first, commenting hi. Dave, the relaxation nurse, is on here. And hey, go outdoors. A fellow Pennsylvanian from Western Pennsylvania. I'm glad you made it, brother. And Ho Jangles Outdoors. Awesome. And Hike Camp. Hi there, buddy. How you doing? And so Jonathan Smith just got on board. So, hey, we're going to talk about the hot stove tonight as well. Hey, Susie, how are you doing? Oh, from Wisconsin. Super. Sugar Sharp from Hazelton, PA, another Pennsylvanian. All right, Kathy loves camping. Hey, y'all, she says. And hey, welcome, Kathy. We all love camping, right? Alrighty. Messing around. Hello from from Seaside, Oregon. Oh, man, there's some lighthouses out in Oregon I'd love to go see. Maybe on my road trip, I might make my way up the coast. All right, so let's see. Hey, Darlene, how are you doing? And the 2.0 family, she says hi to. And we got Robert. Robert McCarthy is on. Camping all out. Hey, buddy. Let's see. John. Oh, nice. Jordan from Alberta, Canada. Already. Bet you it's cold up there, I'm thinking. So, hey, Tony from Memphis says Southern Hammock. Hey, welcome. All right. So, there is one thing that I was going to, maybe I'll bring it up here in a minute. But a lot of you probably know this already, and I've seen it on YouTube. Hey, Cinnamon Girl, Ulrich and Blackheart. Man, these comments are just rolling. Hey, Alan, how are you doing? Howdy from Texas, PC. How are you doing? And that was Michigan. Alan was from. Did I miss somebody? I missed somebody. Emily, blessings. God bless you, Emmy. Emily, first time here? Well, welcome from the United Kingdom. Well, that is so awesome. Let's see, Alan. Hey, Drew, how you doing? Hey, buddy, Matt, how you doing? Yes, Matt from REI. Look, Matt, look what I got right up here. I still got the tag on that Osprey. I don't know if I mentioned it last week, but you're going to see it this Thursday. And Matt really helped me out from REI. My bag, it got the top zipper kind of got stuck, and I had a little bit of issue with it. I've only had it for 11 months, and I took it down, and REI replaced it. Oh my gosh, that was so awesome. So outdoors and things, how you doing? My goodness, there's just comments going. Hey, Joseph from Southwest Virginia. I might be going through West Virginia here. Or, Virginia, I think. I'm pretty sure. Hey, Heidi, how are you doing? Say hi to Zeke for us. All right. So I am going to, hey, John, how are you doing? So, like I said, we're going to start out with this. Now, should I talk about it now? I'm thinking. Oh, well, let me get back to this. So a lot of you have seen this before. So I am going to have a cup of coffee. I didn't create this. I'm not doing anything new. But I want to show you, maybe start out by showing you a hack on the little buddy. So this is the little buddy. I worked on getting it out, but you can see it's got the top piece there, and this is the bottom. So see how it's curved right here? So part of that curve. Hey, Jess, how you doing? Hey, Jordan or Jason, how you doing from Colorado? Alrighty. So as part of doing this hack, you want to take the handle of the little buddy, put it all the way up. All right. Now this part here, I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. So we're gonna do this. We stick this under the like this, and see how it just kind of just sits there. This is creates like a shelf. All right. So I'm gonna take the kettle, but we want to start this, and I got a carbon monoxide detector in here if anybody's concerned. So usually with little buddies, you press it twice, once, and then twice, and you can see the pilot light came on right down there. So we're going to go ahead and turn it on to low. Should fire up. So now it's burning. So this gets a little warm right there, but most of the heat rises. All right. So I already put water in the kettle. So we're going to take our kettle and we're going to set that right on top of here and kind of let it go until we start getting some steam. And I am going to grind some coffee. So this is that grinder that Emma Brown had sent us. I don't know if Emma's on here tonight. Hey, Lou, how you doing? Good evening, y'all. Alrighty. So we're going to do some French press coffee, but that's going to heat up for a little bit. I'm going to keep it on low instead of going on high. But one of the things we're going to talk about the video that just came out on Thursday with the hot tent. Man, that was a lot of fun. Hey, 54 people are on tonight. And if you can think about it, go on, just click up and hit the like button. That's going to help us out a lot. So I'm putting the coffee right in the cup. This is going to be a French press. So we just ground it. But one of the things that was brought up to me about this past video, I kind of want to talk about a little bit, and I'll probably wait till more people get on, but I would say probably in about a half an hour, I think. So maybe in the comment section, somebody can remind me, because it was a little concerning to me when someone brought it up to me, and I thought, I just don't know. I mean, I just didn't realize it, and I kind of wanted to clear it up a little bit, if that makes sense. So stick around because we're going to talk about that. It's weighing on me a little bit. All right, so I do want to share that, but I'm going to say about a half an hour. All right, so this is heating up, and all righty. So what do we got? So one, if you got any questions, go ahead and hit the questions. And put 3 right up in front of your question. That way I'll see it go through. Hey ho jangles, let's see. A tag thermatic generator fan hits great in the flipped rack. Yeah, for the little buddy. Yeah, that's one of those heat generated fans. That would be a good idea for that because that heat rises so much. It really puts out a lot of heat. You can see it's getting nice and orange there. So yeah, it's getting there. Not yet, but it is getting there. So part of the thing that I've been doing is like bringing up scenarios. So the last couple of videos is all in preparation for me getting ready to go doing the travel vlog. And some people said, "Oh, I like doing this, seeing those scenarios and things like that." Hey, Brian, how are you doing? Let's see. Oh, Mary, how are you doing? Mary, how are you doing? And say hi to Johnny as well. And hey, Carl, how are you doing? Hey, all the way from Alabama. Now that's awesome. Righty. Okay, come on. Ooh, I got it. Neat hack for the little buddy, Random Adventures 2.0. Yeah, like I said, it's not original to me. You can research it on YouTube, but that rack comes right out and you just flip it like that, and it's very sturdy. In fact, I'm going to boil water on there, but just thinking earlier, I have this fire maple pan here. A lot of you guys have seen me use this, but this actually will also fit pretty good on there. And I'm thinking of making eggs, and the type of eggs that I would make, I do egg beaters. I've been, believe it or not, I've been cooking up here in this studio because I want to, see what's working, what's not working for when we start car traveling. So that's kind of what I've been doing with that. And so I did see a question there, real quick. Question. Did you get your new backpack fitted? They looked at it when I took the old one in. They looked at the tag, looked at my settings, because that's the one where I went and got it fitted originally. And I have that video, and there's a whole video on that. Hey, Frank, how you doing? So there's a whole video of me getting fitted at REI. I actually went in and bought it, and Matt actually sold it to me. He was a sales guy there at that day. And Matt's hiked the Appalachian Trail, and we were talking about the trail and stuff, and he's within, that was February. So that was about a month and a half before my stroke. And Matt ended up subscribing and following along. So when I walked in, he remembered me, and, not quite a year later, I'm there. But we got to talking about the trail again and things like that. But as far as the backpack being fitted, they looked at it again, looked at it was actually, when I bought it the first time, it was the only one left. And when I went back down there, it was the only one left. And it was in the exact same spot on the rack they pulled it off of. They adjusted it back to the same settings that I had before. So I didn't have to go through the whole fitting process, because this backpack was fitted by them, the original one, and then the replacement was also fitted for them. And I do mention that, hey, Mike, how you doing? 2.0, absolutely. And thank you, Mike, for that buy me a coffee the other day, which you bought several coffees, and that was a real blessing for me, very much so. I really appreciate you, brother. So Alan, hey, how you doing? And we got going down through here. And Frank, I don't know if you can see it. The light casted up through there is the light you sent. So I'm using that with that dimmer switch. That's working out really, really good. So what do we got? Okay, so we got 50 people watching. And like I said, I'm making water. But so how did the stove work? All right. So I know a lot of you saw me struggling with the pipe, and I said, hey, I just was struggling with it. I think the more I burn this pipe in, the easier it's going to get. It was actually easier than when I did it the first time. And I know a lot of you sent pictures and videos of people showing how to do that. Hey, Nitro, how you doing? And I was having trouble with my stroke hand being able to grip, because when you roll it the opposite way and then you start fitting it to slide the rings on, once you get to a certain point, you got to reverse roll it. And that's the key, reverse rolling it, and that sets it into place. All right. So once it's in place, then, you all have all the rings out and stuff. Then you set it up and then put it through the tent. And like I said, it was burned in really, really good. And if you see it on that video, you'll see that it was really, really cherry red and stuff. But when I took it out, there was no creosote. And one of the things I wanted to say is it's important to burn hardwood. So I had gotten I knew I was going to go out and do the overnight. So I had actually, at the grocery store, they have wood in packs. It was like $6 for a whole pack of wood, hard oak. All right. So I took and I had a circular saw and I cut it all in half. Half is, you would need, you can go longer with it, but I just cut them all in half. So I had all these blocks. Most of them were a little smaller than this, but that burned incredibly well in the overnight. Really, really good. I want to get some banners off of here. All All right. Like I said, if anybody has any questions, go ahead and throw them up there. Um, and let's see. Great. Yeah. So like I said, this piece of wood, I might have been able to just shave a little bit off, but I didn't know. First time and stuff, I just took a cordless circular saw and zipped it in half and threw all the wood in my backpack and took it along. And that was awesome. If I had another bundle cut, I could have had that all night long. So in that video, you see me, I fill it up one last time before I go to bed. And then I ended up letting it burn out. And part of letting it burn out was I thought I was going to cook it on it in the morning, but then I realized, wait, I'm breaking down camp. So the stove will be too hot. I won't be able to break it down and get out of there, but it was windy. So, hey, HF, how are you doing? Lou has a question. Did the tent on the stove side get hot? No, it didn't. It didn't feel hot at all. Most of the heat radiated out from it, but that is about maybe a foot and a half away from the side of the tent on the back side, and it didn't feel hot at all. No. And what did the one Tiger's hammock tarp set you back? Mike, I don't know. Or hike camp, I'm not sure. It's in a snake skin. I'm just going to spin the camera so you can see it hanging here. That's right here. This is the one Tiger's tarp. That is in a snake skin. I don't know what that cost was because that was a gift for Mail Monday. When you look around in this room, this isn't things that I've gone out and purchased. They're all blessings and gifts from my incredible viewers. Yeah, I'm going to tear up when I think about it because I look around and I get pretty emotional thinking about it. But you guys are really blessing me and helping me. And one thing I wanted to say, let me check my water. Boy, that's putting off some nice heat. That's for sure. Yeah, the old finger test. It is getting warm. I'm going to give it about maybe 3 more minutes and then we'll get it out of there. So, but one thing I wanted to show you is, like I said, I've been cooking a lot in the studio because I'm trying to get familiar with, once I get on the road doing that travel vlog, too early to start waterworks. Yes. So, this little case here is going to strap on the back side of the passenger seat. I'm going to do a whole car video of how the car is set up. But this is going to go on the back seat from the headrest, and that is where we are going to store, say, like our cook pot. All right, so I've been doing a lot of cooking with the generator. So I've got the battery pack up here, and that's what we're going to do. A lot of our cooking is in this. And you're going to see a video coming up this Thursday of where I do, go in and I'll do another cooking in the car. I forget what I made. Yeah, I don't remember what I made. Oh, you have to watch a video. But it was really good. But I noticed that when I was done cooking and I cleaned the pot out, where am I going to put it? So I'm going to put it on the floor, and it just seemed like a hassle. So I did a little bit of research, and you can see this pack right here. See how the pot just fits in there perfectly. And I ended up putting the coffee grinder in here as well. Then Jesse on Mail Monday, you can see he sent us this pour over. So we have that. I've got coffee beans. And on the front are all the utensils I used. And look how many spoons I got. I got 2 right here. 2, 3, Four. I got 4 spoons. Because you know me and spoons, right? So and then I've got the Mora knife, and I've got more coffee beans on this side. So this is going to hang on the back, so I'll have a place to put everything very conveniently right next to the seat. So like I said, I've been cooking up here. I got something that I'm making. I'm actually made a pizza last night. Oh, wow. The Woodsman, thank you so much for that super chat. I really, really appreciate that, brother. So during your road trip, you should do a video with a GM Outdoors. Yeah, I'm heading in that direction. So yeah, I'm gonna have to see, just how things work out. It's going to be very random. It's going to be a random trip, and so I'm thinking of leaving. I'm not exactly sure yet, but within a couple of weeks, we'll start doing that. Tony PC asked, Tony, do you have a wish list link somewhere? I do. But most of the stuff has come down off of the wish list. But on any of the videos, go into the description and you'll see where I have an Amazon storefront on there. And on the storefront, there's things like that cook pot. There'll be SUV camping. So you'll see like even this new thing for the back seat is on that because things that I use, you'll be able to go onto the affiliate link and go onto the storefront and find it. So hope that answers that for you. It's on the Amazon affiliate link. I think there is a link in the description. Yes, Lou, thank you. Thanks for answering that, Nick. Let's see. Hey, Tony, great show tonight. Thank you, Trapper. 4235. How you doing? Bye, Hike. Take care, Hike. We'll just dropped in to say hi and gotta go. Bye, y'all. Well, bye. Thank you for dropping in and stopping in. Ho Jangles, if you guys haven't checked out Ho Jangles' channel, she rides a unicycle and does stealth camping on a lot. How does that Coleman oven in the back work? So that's right over there. I don't know yet. So my idea was I was going to use it for old Kraken dated. I don't see him on tonight yet. But he had sent me this burner. All right. And this is, I call this a flamethrower. I think our coffee's ready. But I was planning on using that with this and the Big Buddy, the Big Q, Buddy Q grill, and doing that. So the next time I'm planning it, the next time I use this hot stove, I just checked it out today. That will fit on top of here, and I'm planning on making biscuits or something in it. So I'll stay tuned because that breaks down very small. And that will be going along on my adventure when I hit the road. So that will be coming along. That will. Oh, and this Thursday, I actually use the little buddy in the car. Worked out perfect. I found a great spot for it in the car that didn't cause any issues or was any concern for me of like heating the roof up too much or heat. These stay extremely cool on the sides. So you can see I can put my hands on the sides. No problem at all. Right in the front right here, that's warm. If I held my hand there, that's going to get too hot. But the top is where it puts out a lot of the heat. Now, like I said, I would probably cook on this, but not on this grate. You could put a piece of tinfoil on there, but I would recommend just get a small pot. I do have, pots that I could use, but I was thinking of using this. Alpine Warrior sent me this little griddle, and I'm anxious to make a little egg with that thing and A bagel would fit pretty good in this thing. Absolutely. So that's going to be one thing I might do. I just check this here real quick. Yeah, it's hot. That's hot. So I got to find something to pick that off with. All right. So yeah, let's see. Do we got any more questions here? Hey, I see somebody in the waiting room or the green room. Remember, let's see, where are we at? Okay, probably in about 10 more minutes, I'll talk about that issue that was brought up to me about a video that I did. And like I said, I really, really want to get to that and talk about that. But let me just bring the relaxation nurse on real quick. I want to be like Random Adventure 2.0 when I grow up. Oh, just kidding. Oh, that was all. How do you clean the wood stove and remove the soot? Okay, that's a good question. Dave, let me answer this real quick and then I'll bring you on. Okay. So the key is not to get soot, right? Oh, this is really boiling. Get that off there. Woohoo! That is really boiling. Yeah, let me just show you that. Can you see it? Not really. All right, so I'm going to pour that in here. Oh, that's boiling. That really, really fired it up hot. I think you'll see it when I hold the cup up. So this is going to be the French press. So we're going to go with that. You should be able to see the steam there. Now you can see the steam. Yeah, it's steaming. So the idea is we've got the French press. I poured the coffee in here already. And so the idea is not to get soot. And how do you get soot? Getting soot is burning wood that is soft and wet. So soft and wet wood will give you the soot. So the idea is try not to burn stuff that would produce soot. I do have a little black on here and on the front glass. Let me just switch. Here, let me bring Dave on real quick. Hey, Dave, how are you doing? I can't read that. Let's see. All right. I can't read. Boom, there you are.
Hey, that other black square that's down there, pull it up on the side here real quick.
Okay. This one?
Yeah, that one.
All righty.
Random Adventures 2.0.
Zane. Oh, yeah. Oh, that is so awesome. Yeah, Zane used to work with me, and he's a friend of Dave's and so forth. And he was out in Arizona visiting, and I guess you can tell it there, Dave.
I just grabbed my camera and I was like going to film him real quick, and I'm like, here, and he just goes Random Adventures 2.0, and I'm like, so
I was walking the other day, and someone goes, "Hey, 2.0." So a lot of people, "Hey, honey, how are you doing?" A lot of people are doing 2.0, and I remember I was at work not quite a year ago. Well, maybe it was a year ago. It's when I first came up with the 2.0, and a coworker said, "Hey, it's going to be really neat one day when you're walking and somewhere and someone sees you and they go, they won't say a word, and you'll go, huh? And they'll go, and you go, yeah, 2.0. And yeah, 2.0. And when they said that, I actually teared up because I was like, oh my gosh, no way, that'll never happen. And sure enough, it's starting to happen. That is so awesome. It's a blessing.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's not this way to point, because see how you got to turn your hand? It doesn't
Hey.
flow. It's got to be this way to drop it forward, point, and then oh. So
Yeah.
2.0. Yes.
Pull the video.
What's that?
Pull that video back up.
This one.
Yeah. Ready? Ready,
Yeah.
guys? Whoop, whoop, whoop. No, never mind. I can't do it. It's not there. Close it up.
No. Oh. Okay. So let me just look here. Hey, Camp Kill 'Em All, how are you doing? Yeah, Tony and everyone. Life is still up in the air with my wife in the hospital. Oh my goodness, yeah. Hum Guy 707. Hey, Tony, he says. Let's see, headed back to Virginia. Hemlock Mountain says, Green Hubs. Oh, hey, Green Hubs. How you doing? Sorry you're late. It's no problem. Camp Kill 'Em All. Yeah, Elisa. Yes, hi, Elisa. That's Camp Kill 'Em All's daughter. They had sent me a Christmas card. Excuse me. Sent me a Christmas card. This coffee's hot. I don't think I'll be able to drink it. Sent me a Christmas card, and that's where Elisa said hi. But my Lisa says, hi, everyone at work. Yes, Lisa is at work. Let me get back to about soot. So I did, when I first burned it in, I had put I used fat wood in the beginning, and that produced a lot of black smoke. So I had a lot of black smoke on here, and I cleaned it off once I got home. But then the other day when I burned all that oak, it was fine. But there was a piece of wood there, and it was a fairly large piece, and it was all wet because it had been raining and snowing. And I thought, the fire's going out. I'll just throw that last piece in there and let it burn. Wrong. I shouldn't have done that, because then it blacked all this up again. But when your stove is burning right, especially the titanium stoves, when they're burning right, they basically will clean themselves as they burn. So they will. Titanium is different, from what I understand, than stainless steel. So if you have the opportunity, always try to go with titanium. Definitely. So let's see. Frank. Yes. Alrighty. So I don't know if Alpine Warrior is on. He knows a lot about the stoves, and Alpine Warrior asked questions too. Drew, were you able to measure the inside temperature of your temp compared to outside? I don't have a mechanism of being able to do that, but I know a lot of people do. But it did get down to 26 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you see on the thumbnail, because I changed the thumbnail, I just had it as the hot tent, but just the other day I changed it. This morning, I believe. But when you watch the video, you'll see I stripped down to just a t-shirt. And I'm sitting there with my t-shirt on, and I was literally starting to sweat. That's how warm it was. When I went to start editing the video, because I do that a lot of times at night, when I get so much recorded before I go to bed, I always edit up till I go to bed. And so that I had to sit at the opposite end of the tent because it was so warm. And I sat there. I believe this was the shirt I had on too. But I sat there. I had this hat on. I took the knit hat off, and I was very, very warm. Yeah. Let's see. It must have been warm. You were in a t-shirt. Yeah. In the last video. Yeah, definitely in the t-shirt. Not in the beginning. In the beginning, I was freezing until I got that fire going. And even when I cooked and made the cheesesteaks, I remember I had the door open. As soon as I closed that door, and if you look, you'll see that I didn't even zip the door down all the way. I left it airflow. So yeah, safe travels, hammock. All right, so I think it's probably a good time. Let me just show you a clip of that of what I kind of wanted to talk about real quick. Dave, I'm going to probably do that real quick. Let me put this block of wood away here. Get this out of the way. So, like I said, I've gotten several comments that, have been laying heavy on me and stuff, and I think this is a good time to talk about it. So I'm just going to probably play this clip first, and then I'll just explain.
You need to get this cleared up.
Yeah.
This is
yeah. To cook on, we'll put our little burner right on top of there. Get our pan. Get our eggs. But first things first, I got to make a cup of coffee. All right. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. So, I got a couple comments. Could you do a video with some old hems on, or do you really have one? Or do you already have one? Darlene, no, I don't. And let me just cover this first, because this is a really important topic. But that was brought to my attention on that. And I actually set up a ridgeline because I want to kind of recreate the scenario a little bit. And like I said, I didn't think anything of it. I'm just like, oh, I don't know. What are you talking about? And well, someone had said it looked like I had my briefs, my underwear on the. They said they thought those were underwear up on the ridge line, and I was like, huh? And I didn't understand what they were talking about at first, and then I was like, and then Lisa and I are sitting there watching it, and we're going, underwear? What are they talking about? And then we got to that part, and I was like, and then somebody else commented, well, they look like brown panties, and I was like, what? And then I'm like, what are people seeing? And then this is a one Tigress utility bag that Dennis had sent me. So I'm probably in my videos from now on, I'll probably mention it. Say, hey guys, this is a storage thing. It's not for it ain't my underwear hanging there. But it's to store things like I put my gloves in there, my phone, different things like that. And but too funny. So
hey, Mary just asked.
Well. What's that?
Mary just asked, hey Tony, was that your underwear hanging there drying?
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. After I found out that the little Vienna sausages that I made for breakfast, that I was going, I don't know if I would eat this ever again. After my stomach settled down, and I found out that they were recalled.
Mike.
Okay.
Yes, that was funny. And a couple people pointed that out to Tony. He was talking to me about it. He goes, I think I need to talk about that. And I'm like, yeah, you might want to clear that one up.
Yeah. No, but those Vienna sauce.
Uh-oh. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Something happened here. You went dead.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Check your camera. Which one are you on? Where's your camera?
Yeah.
Oh no, you're over on your random adventures inside the stove right now.
Yeah, I just flipped it back.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the Dave Show. I don't know. Somebody's asking, is this Dave Show now? Hammock Mountain's asking. Oh, my question was for Dave. Okay, what was your question? All right. Anyways,
Come on.
so are you looking at your settings here, Tony?
Yes.
And your camera? Oh, you know what? Your camo probably went down.
Ah.
In your computer, check and make sure your camo is up and running. If not, close it and then reboot it back up. And then that should bring your camo back in. Your camera for you. So, anyways, I guess it's me now, and Tony will come back in as soon as he gets that working. And so let's go ahead. Let's look over a couple of questions. Oh, so anyways, how many people saw that video? There you are. How many people saw that video and thought the very thing that a couple people were commenting about what's hanging in the backpack here behind Tony right now? How many people thought that Tony was airing out his briefs?
Once you see it, or now you can't unsee it.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, because now that somebody brought that to my attention, I'm like, oh, that's all I see now. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. I feel like old Kraken Dated would have a good joke in store for this. Hanging the absolutely spider deterrent. Yes. Hey, 2.0 fan, how you doing, brother? So that's my buddy down at the store, and
hey,
this is your chance. Okay, did you hear what was recalled? The Vienna sausages was recalled. So there was a recall on that. So I don't know. But when I ate them in the morning, they were they were cold. So that, like I said, that's not what it looks like. But I should take that apart. That's distracting.
Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it?
So, oh boy!
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You know what I mean?
Right, like, right. I mean, that way's okay. You know, that's fine. That's so. Let's see. Doing a video with old hems. Yeah, that's right, darling. So old hems. I'm not sure where to get the hems and the music, because I am. Because I'm monetized, I have to be very, very careful with the type of music that is playing. Also, when I go into grocery stores, if they have music, or I go into any, say I go into a restaurant and I'm eating and I want to film something, say, hey guys, how you doing? If there's music playing, I have to do a voiceover or something, because I could get hit with, Dave, what's that called?
YouTube has gone crazy. It's a strike.
Okay.
It'll
you get a strike
a copyright strike, and Tony would lose all any monies that would be coming from that their particular deal would go to whoever would claim that. It's crazy. It's just getting ridiculous. But anyways.
Yeah, 2.0 fans. When I saw him the other day, yesterday, I was at the store and he was coming to work, and he had a hoodie on, and I saw that his hair was shaved, completely shaved, and he just put up there. It was really cold today, Tony, after shaving my head. Yeah, underwear has to dry, so I think they're dry. Yeah.
Darlene was asking, doing a video with old hymns. She was asking for me, and I
Oh,
have not yet. I'll tell you what, I will do that. I will look into that. Yep.
yeah. Because that you have different sources for music that are you purchased, right?
I've camping with endless weekends. I'm gonna tell you, I have well, on the Relaxation Nurse channel, we do relaxation videos. Now I haven't done any for a little bit, for a little while. Uh,
Mm.
some health issues and whatnot going on. But anyways, so but anyhow, yes, I got a couple copyright strikes, and I pay for the music through these different websites so that I can have really good content to make those videos on. And I also buy some other stuff somewhere else that's private. But the every time I put the video up, I get copyright strike every time, and then I have to file like an appeal or whatever, or something on it. No, that's not it. And then it goes to the people that actually, um, I purchased the
Maybe.
stuff from, and then they get rid of it. They take down the copyright strike, and then I'm allowed to keep using their material. It's just a pain in the butt that every time I make a video and use their music, I get copyright strike, and then I have to go back in and fight it and say no. So, anyways, I understand camping with endless weekends. Yeah, kind of frustrating, especially from Phil Moore, because Phil Moore can change it anytime. Right now, Phil Moore can read. How do I say what? They could pull back all the music that Tony's using in all his videos. They could pull it all back and say, "Nope, we're not giving it away anymore. You have to purchase it." And next thing you know, boom, boom, boom.
Mm.
Yeah.
Miss
Now he's not.
Miss 2.0 said my underwear is more sexier than what is on the line.
I am going to hope so, Lisa.
Yeah. 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 Drew says, are you staying in hotels or Airbnbs in your cross country trip or camping only? All right. So let me answer that. So part of this videos scenarios are most likely I will not be staying at any well, I don't want to say any. It's going to be random, all right? I don't plan to stay at hotels or Airbnbs. However, I might on like days, like say I plan to do a meetup at a certain day on a certain state. I might stay in a hotel the night before or that day because, just the convenience of it. My idea is part of these scenarios that I'm running, even with the hot tent, the hot hammock tent, and the wood stove, that's all coming with me. I get out to BLM land, Bureau of Land Management land. You can camp for 14 days without a permit, at one spot. I may not be able to use the hammock, so there is some on my wish list. Yeah, a cot but I always have the car, so that's all right. So I will be doing car camping on most nights. I will have one hammock set up just to go stealth hammock camping. I will have everything I need to go set up the hammock tent, hot tent, and hammock hot tent. Um, Maybe with trees or maybe no trees. It depends because like out in Arizona, there ain't there ain't no trees.
Cactus,
Where I'm planning on going, like quartzsite and stuff. I can hook to the car on one end, but
cactus.
yeah, they have such shallow roots though. Yeah, I'd be scared
No,
to.
no, you're not allowed to do that. They protect the
I was
cactus
gonna say you wouldn't be
more
allowed
than you
to.
people.
Um,
Hey,
yeah.
Lou said Tony out here in his speedos.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
want to
So
see
let's
that.
see. No speedos. Let's see. Oh wait. Go back. I'm reading down quick. They're jumping fast. Okay, can you still mail you stuff when you are on your road trip? Oh, um,
If it's something that he does not need or something you want to get to him, uh, yes, you could send it here because because he's somebody else asked a question, where are you heading to? And he is
oh,
coming out this way. So if you want to, what we can do is we can post our address and you can actually have it sent here. And then that way he can pick it up while he's here, as long as it's not too big, because you got to remember he's in his
yeah.
car.
Yeah, and Dennis. Okay, so one of the next trips, and Lou has stepped up, is going to be a real blessing. But Dennis, last Sunday when we were talking, one of the things that I still need. Where are you going on your cross country trip? Heading out towards Arizona. But I said one of the things that I'm really going to have to get next before I can venture out is going to be a cargo carrier. And Dennis said that he has one just sitting around. So he sent me all the dimensions for it, sent me the pictures for it, and it will work. It will definitely work. It's missing some nuts for the brackets, but they have a universal bracket rack for very, very cheap. So within the next week or so, Lou and I are going to meet up, but Lou's going to go down to pick it up at Dennis because he's got a truck, and then take it up to close to where his uncle is. So it'll be about a 7-hour trip for me to go get it. But what I'm hoping, Lou, you're just hearing this for the first time, is that Lou and I will be able to install it, like just lift it up on there and put it on. Lou might be doing more of the lifting because I can't still get this one arm up there completely good. But I want to get that installed on the car because I can't put it in the back of the car because I'm planning on sleeping in the car overnight on this trip because I don't want to drive 14-hour round trip. That's going to be one of the scenarios, and it's going to get us out of the state and a little further, but that's got to happen first. I've got to get down there. Yeah, Dave.
I'm going to have to go. So everybody, just keep me in your prayers. Tomorrow I do have a test coming up. Tony can share that if he wants to, but I got to run.
Okay. Understandable. So if anybody knows anything about drinking liquid and then having procedure done, and that liquid is like liquid Drano, then Dave's got to go for a appointment tomorrow, and he's been hitting the juice today, hitting the Gatorade, and it's been going fast. But definitely, we're going to keep Dave in prayer for that, and we're praying for good news, very good news, definitely. So I'm going to be, one of the scenarios is going to be, I have to sip this coffee real quick here. I think it's cooled down enough. That's delicious. So are you going to be coming through Tennessee? Yes, camping all out. So once I start the traveling, like I said, I've got to get my the cargo thing on the vehicle. Then I got to come back here, load up everything that I've got planned to take, and then I plan to go up to New York to Alpine Warrior, and I want to do a collaboration. KN, oh no, not a colonoscopy, poor Dave. Yes. KN, did you get the hammock from Dennis? You can give me a thumbs up or something. So will your schedule change when you travel, or stick with posting one camping video a week on Thursdays? Great question. All right, so here's the scenario or the plan. I plan on always having a Thursday night camping video. All right, so I will be doing travel vlog videos. I don't know if it'll be every single day, but my idea is, and that's part of the scenarios here, is this one Thursday night's figuring out, how am I going to film it? Am I going to have the camera on me, on the road, on me and the road? Am I going to be, when I have it on the road and I'm just driving, is that all going to be fast, hyper? Yes, a couple of days ago, awesome, KN. Yes. Dennis knows hammocks, knows how to put them together. So I know what you're in for. And I did get your email. I just didn't respond to it the other day. But thank you so much for the offer about the campground and stuff. Awesome. So what I plan to do is the daily vlogs. I'm hoping, and it'll depend on reception and when I can upload. All right. But I'm planning on doing the daily travel. And part of my scenarios that I'm putting up right now is how that's going to be. So I'm testing. All right. So this Thursday is going to be a test. So this Thursday is like, in this scenario, like, let's say, okay, I leave this campground, all right, and as I'm going from the campground, hey, isolated serenity, hey, Tony just got off of work, hope I didn't miss too much. Yeah, you missed a lot, but it can play again. And if anybody doesn't know, isolated serenity is the one who provided the lights on Mail Monday, and also our pour over, which I've been using the pour over. These are really neat. And they are on Amazon. They're also on the storefront if you want to see where a link for them. Yes, Tennessee, Southern Hammock. So the scenarios are going to be, how am I going to film it? So this upcoming Thursday, if you've been watching the last couple, hey, Emma, how you doing? I ground some coffee. I'm drinking it out of the French press cup. So when I'm the last two videos, okay, so we had the one where I rolled into town, went into the grocery store, got meals, went and cooked some meals, and 2.0 Studio Tony showed up, knocked on the window, and scared the living tar out of me. He always likes to do that. So that was that video, and then I slept out front. So that was kind of to give a scenario of, okay, we're out of food. We got to get food. So, which is going to happen on our road trip, okay? And then I got to find a place to sleep, and I got to eat. So we're going to do that, and we find a strip mall, and we sleep in the strip mall. Then this last video, we're rolling into an area, and where are we going to sleep? Well, there's a campground, so we're going to go to a campground. And I want to thank Mossy Point Campground. They at the end of the video, you'll see their phone number and everything else. But I had called them up, said, hey, I got a hot tent and the stove, and I need a place to try it out. He's like, it's on us. Come and use our facility. And oh man, yeah, he blessed me with that, and we got to do that video. So on that video that's going to be one of our scenarios too. Rather than campground, it may be a campground, or it may be Bureau of Land Management, public land that we can set up and stay on. So that's kind of that scenario too, where I use the hot stove, okay, in the hammock tent. Now, then this coming Thursday, not to give away too much, we'll talk about it though, but that's going to be the camera work. How am I going to do it in the car? When we're just seeing the road, am I going to play music? Because I used to play music in a lot of my videos when I was walking, but then I stopped because I like the sound of nature. But the sound of the car just driving and you see the visual, I thought, well, there's a time to add music and a time not to add music, and that's some of the stuff that I'm trying to do. Okay, got aboard by flight. Oh, Hammock Mountain, you're flying. I'll rewatch later to see what I missed. Good night, everyone. Good night, buddy. Safe trip. Hey, Grave Digger, how you doing? So I think you're over in, are you still over, was it Japan, I believe? All right, let's see. Safe travels, gotta be safe, be safe. Yes, that was a funny video. Yeah. So Yeah. Yeah. Look for, you're welcome, buddy. So safe travels. Yes. I'm sorry, just catching up on comments. So, so in this Thursday's video, so I do have that one done already. I was hoping to get a couple ahead, but with the crazy weather that we just had, as you know, it got extremely cold. And then, so if you guys remember, I just found the survey. So 44% of the people in that went out. The Hummer is officially named Sunny. So Sunny, the oil light came on. I took it to get oil changed, and they overfilled the oil. I gave it to Miss 2.0 to take to work. She called me like 2 blocks away, and she said, "It's making this really loud noise," and it sounded like a belt. No, it was overfilled. I had them redrain the oil down, but the manifold was already must have had a crack in it, and it blew the manifold. And it also, when it blew the manifold, that on a Hummer, your manifold is also your catalytic converter. So it's a manivator. So he said, "Hey," I said, "how much is it going to cost?" And he says, "Well," he said, "let me show you." And he brought a piece of paper out, and he said, "Well," he said, "yours is a manivator and it's expensive." I said, "Oh." So he told me the price, and I said, "Well, how much is a woman evator?" And he said, "Oh, they're more expensive." He was kidding. So my manifold is also my catalytic converter, so it gets very expensive to replace both. But Alpine Warrior helped me find a part online. The part came in, and I'm taking it over this week, and he should be getting it fixed. So that was a little bit of a scenario too, why I couldn't get out this week. So I'm so thankful that I had that video ready to go. And so that video is going to be, like I said, me doing a lot of driving and working out different scenarios of like pulling off the road to a rest stop, to use the facility, just different things like that. Fast motion, and then once I slow it down, then I'm talking, then it goes a split screen, then it's forward, then it's on me. So there's a lot of scenarios I am playing around with for the camera work, because I've got to get it figured out for when we do travel. I don't want it to be, just all looking at the road, be voicing over. So I'm trying to come up with ways that it's going to be very engaging and very exciting as we travel across the country. You were silly, darling. So yes, I got to minus 9.4 here. Yeah, with the wind chill, very, very cold. Yeah. So just looking down through, like I said, if anybody's got any comments, throw some comments up there. They are noisy with they are more noisy when they're man evaders. Yeah, but when they're woman evaders, they just don't stop. Okay, I better stop before I get in trouble with Miss 2.0. She's at work, so she's not downstairs listening, so I hear her footsteps coming up. And but yeah, so yeah, the stove worked amazing. And so this stove, one of the really neat things is, and you saw me use this. This is the scraper. All right. Very nice. This is part of the stove, and this little hook right here, it lifts up on the stove. And I want to show you something that I don't think too many stoves, or I haven't seen too many stoves that have this. So you can see I picked that up. But let me just set that down right over here for a second. All right. So step over that wire. All right. So our kettle. So remember our kettle. See underneath of the kettle. Oh, that's still warm. See how it has this bevel that goes around it? All right. So this is the fire maple kettle, and see this bevel? Well, believe it or not, here's what's so awesome. you can't really see it right now, but there is a small depression that this lid fits down into to make it completely flat. All right. So that's completely flat. Now on most stoves, they don't have this, and you would just set your kettle on here. But I think they must have been in some type of collaboration or something. That kettle fits perfectly right down in that hole, and it's depressed down in there enough that if you bumped it or something like that, it's not going to slide off. That is so cool. So I don't know if they were in collaboration or there was like they knew, oh yeah, that's the size to make it. So how long did it take to actually let the stove cool down? Well, I was going to say, I believe the stove, I put wood in it last at about 3 a.m. or a little after. No, I think it was closer to 4 o'clock in the morning, 4 or 5. I'll have to rewatch the video, but I put the last of the wood. And like I said, I think the last couple pieces that I put in were this big. This is some good oak. So that's why I say burning good wood makes for a good stove. Hey, Stitch, how you doing? Stitch, if you want to, I should post the link every once in a while. Stitch, Alpine Warrior, if you guys are around and want to jump on. Let's see. So I think it was 5. So I was sleeping when it cooled down. Let's see if I can paste. Gotta be an easier way. There we go. Go. There we go. All right. So it was cool down in the morning when I woke up. It was cool. And if you remember, I said, hey, I'm going to turn this on, throughout the night and, or fire it back up in the morning to make breakfast. But I remembered I got to pack it out. So I got to let it cool down. But one thing about titanium, it cools down very fast. And I want to tell you, this thing burns so efficient that, and you can work the airflow from the front and also from the opposite side and then damper it in the back. So once you get it dialed in, and I want to say I had it dialed in very good. I had basically, I would say the ashes that I had would not even fill half of this jar up. That's how much they burned out and burned down. They were so little. I couldn't believe how much they burned down. Do you have the heat-powered fan with the wood stove you place on top? No, that's actually one of the items that's still on my wish list that I did leave up. I've taken most everything else off of the wish list because I had that car top camper thing and I had a couple other items. I just took them completely off because everything that I have and I've been blessed with is plenty for me to continue to do engaging videos with different scenarios and different things. Now, I mean, I'm in a position right now that it would have taken me years, especially with having the stroke and not being able to work and all that stuff, not being let go to work. Must be Studio Tony. He would build a fire indoors with no pipe in the outdoors. Yeah, that guy, right? So, what's up, brother? Yeah, Kraken Dated, you missed. And Stitch, you missed it too. I went over something. Maybe I'll do it again here real quick. I think I will. Something that came up in the midst of with this last video, and I'm just going to go over this again because I just want to clear it up. I don't want any misunderstandings or anything like that. And Kraken Dated, I just don't want you to have a misunderstanding. So it was brought to my attention in the comments section of the last video that I made. Well, let me just run the picture, and when you see it, you can't unsee it, and then I'll explain what it is. All right. To cook on, we'll put our little burner right on top of there. Get our pan. Get our eggs. But first things first, I got to make a cup of coffee. All right. Here we go. Yeah, so in the comment section, so I got a ridge line that I set up in here just so I could re-show like the scenario and what it is and give a little bit deeper of an explanation. So like I said, I got Persic knots. In fact, they come with it. So let's see. Get this going. Yeah. So part of the reason is, I don't want to get demonetized or something like that for a misunderstanding. So I thought I would really, really clarify it. So someone said, hey, why is your underwear hanging up on the line? So this is a one-wind cargo thing, storage thing. And when someone asked the question, I was like, what are you talking about? So Miss 2.0 and I were sitting on the couch, we're watching the video and going, okay, and then that comment came up. And then someone else said, hey, are those brown panties on the line? And I'm like, what are you talking about? So when it got to this point in the video, I saw them and I was like, oh my gosh, that looks like underwear. But it's not. This is one wind. It is a storage thing so that you can put stuff in it. But now that I got some gloves in here, but now that when they said it looks like underwear, now I'm going to be always conscious when I'm doing my videos going, hey, this is not underwear. It's not my laundry. It's a storage thing for things on the ridge line. So I'll have to make sure I preface that, put it in the comment section. So I just wanted to clear that up. Clear it up. No, it's all fun, right? So, yeah, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. Hey, Stitch, like I said, hop on Ridgeline bag does look a bit like a pair of underwear. Yeah, and if you don't know what it is, it does, and never crossed my mind. Never. But now that somebody said it looks like panties, it looks like underwear. Now that's all I see. Wandering Monk, hey brother, how you doing? That would not be a comfortable wear. No, not at all. They don't got leg holes either, so that would be difficult. But yeah. So hey, Wandering Monk, loved you went live the other day, and yes. So, like I said, that would be too much information. Yes, the TMI, definitely. All righty. Yeah, Serenity. Yes. Gives a whole new meaning to hot. Yes, it does. Yeah. I didn't only get down into my t-shirt, but I took my underwear off. Yeah, now 2.0 Tony might do something like that, but not me. Yeah. Let's see. Wandering Monk want to join me in March. Yeah, babe. You know what? I might be getting out your direction on this trip. So let's see. It was too funny, real funny. Yeah, old Kraken dated. I thought you'd have a couple of people that said, oh, if he was on here, he'd have a joke about that. So I'm looking in the comments. I'm waiting for it because I know it's coming. Emma Brown says, oh, folks, pray for people in Turkey. Big earthquake, major damage. Yes, Emma Brown. Definitely pray for that. Oh yeah, Drew says hanging underwear. 2.0 approved. So yeah. You know what? They would have dried out pretty good. But like I said, in a video after that, when I ate those Vienna sausages, if you saw me, I was eating them, and I had the pan. Where's the pan? Oh. So I realized what I did. As soon as I did it, I realized it. So I had the pan on the burner, and like I said, I was cooking. I cracked the eggs. Oh, Emma Brown is on here. Let me say one thing. So the yellow egg cartons right here. That came in the mail, and I was like, oh, I don't know. There's no note. Emma Brown, thank you so much. So Emma Brown had sent the egg cartons. And then the next week I got more, and there was no note. Well, Amazon resent them because they thought they lost the first ones. So, but thank you very much, Emma. So this here, as soon as I did it, now this is the Fire Maple non-stick pan. This is awesome. So as I cracked the eggs in here, then I opened the Vienna sausages and I poured the can in. I've never eaten Vienna sausages before. I didn't know you don't pour the whole can in. You just take them out of the water. So I didn't know that. So I poured them all in, and I was thinking, ooh, that wasn't good because it watered the eggs down. Now I was scrambling them, and I chopped them up, but I should have fried them thongs. Yeah, I was say that's a little much material there, and yeah. So all right, getting off track. So I did it completely wrong, and I took that bite, and I'm chewing them, and the texture of Vienna sausages that aren't like sauteed or like I thought they would be, and the saltiness, not my favorite. I said, well, I didn't know. When I opened the can, it was so cold that the liquid had gelled. So I thought, oh, it's gel, it's stuff to fry it in. Well, I hadn't thought that I already dumped it in, already had the eggs in here. So the packing shell is not for eating. Yes, Gravedigger. I know that now, but I didn't know that then. And I ate it, and it was the worst tasting thing I think I ever. No, it wasn't the worst thing. But as I was eating it, I was going, I don't know. And then, oh my goodness, who sent me that message? But they sent me the recall notice. They were just recalled all the original ones. So they're recalled. Spam isn't that terrible for something quick with eggs. Yeah, and I have a can of Spam up here. Love Spam, yes. I have a lot of single packets that I have bought that are still good for I think 2 or 3 more years. So that I have ready for thru hikers. Because usually thru hikers on the AT, they'll start out eating tuna. After they've hiked a little over 1,000 miles, they want something other than tuna. And when I have the Spam, they're like, the single packets, they're like, oh, you got Spam. And then they'll take the Spam and they'll start eating Spam. But yes, agree with Lou. I shouldn't keep cracking that. It makes a loud noise. I would recommend browning the Spam first. Yes, I love Vienna sausages, says Southern Hammock. I have eaten at least 8 cans of them before I saw the recall. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I think the recall was fairly recent. But yes, I will try Vienna sausages again, but this time I will not be eating the liquid because that just made it too salty, and the texture of them was a little off for me. It was like a soggy hot dog, if that makes any sense. That's what it tasted like to me, or gave me the consistency of. And so, needless to say, Dave, I messaged him the other day and I said, Dave, I said, I think I have, like when your wife is pregnant and going through pregnancy, a lot of times the husband will have sympathy cramps and sympathy things. So Dave's been going through a colonoscopy prep, was coming up, and he's going through it right now. And I told him, sent him a message 2 days ago, and I said, hey, I think I got sympathy things for you for your colonoscopy prep, because yeah, and the only thing I attributed it to was maybe the Vienna sausages, but I realized I was on an antibiotic recently, and so I got probiotics that I am now taking, because I think whenever you're on antibiotics, it can really mess your gut up. And microbiome, I think that's how it's pronounced, is needs to get more in balance with good bacteria and stuff, which I'm taking something for now. Yeah, exactly. Soggy hot dog. Yeah. It's quite a taste. Is an acquired taste. Do you have bears in PA? Some of those meals you make look very smelly and tasty. Hammock burrito 2.0. Yes. We do have bears in Pennsylvania. And as far as the bears go, I have never seen one, or I have not noticed any in the area. So I'm going to just post something in here. Paste. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to put the link down here if anybody wants to jump on and join me as a little guest. With the bear situation, I do, depending on where I'm at, I will hang my bag with my food, and I try to be conscious of that where I'm at. Now, as I travel, I'm going to be more and more, because I'm going to be getting in the States, and sometimes I will be hammocking in areas that I know will be more like that. So I mean, it's like sausage if you fry it. Oh, okay, and crispier. That's what I'm thinking. The Vienna sausages I need to fry, I think would be good. But as far as bears in PA, definitely black bears, and also Hershey bears. So, so if you didn't get that, that's a hockey thing. That's a minor hockey team. We got the Hershey Bears, which we also have penguins. And so the baby pens for Pittsburgh Penguins, the baby pens are up in Wilkes-Barre. Any hockey fans out there? It's a hockey night. So I have to tell you about that sometime. So let's see. So are you feeling completely better, and how is the wrist? So I was just thinking about the wrist. So if I press right here, still a little tender on the wrist, but for the most part, it's better. So the most part is better. Thank you, Dan, for asking. And as far as physical, I still have a little bit of congestion in the nose, but I think that's going to be this time of year just anyhow. But the stomach issue was LA, and I'll leave it at that. So like I said, sympathy prep. So PB&J from that time on. Let's see. Lou, when I was a kid, my dad made me eat fried liver and onions. I had to force it down until one day I threw it up. I got PB&J from that time on. Yeah, peanut butter and jelly. I just had a peanut butter and jelly last night on a tortilla shell, because that's one of the things I'm going to be doing. Now, I got the low sodium peanut butter to try, and also, or low sugar, and also low sugar peanut butter that I'm going to be taking with me. So that's one of the meals. One of the other meals, very interesting. Like I said, I'm cooking. This is going to be the bag. If you're just joining us, this is going to be the bag that hangs off the back of the passenger seat. So you can see right here is the pot that I've been cooking in and cooking meals in. And what that will do is just slip out. I've got the lid. The lid will go on. And then the cord I will probably keep plugged into the generator. And I'm thinking of getting like a small extension cord, because depending on where I've got that, I want to run this maybe under the passenger seat to where I can run this this pan. Now this is a 250 watts. It pulls if you put it backwards like this, 250, and it's 600 watts if you go this way. This, and there's a green light that'll come on. But when you do the 600 watts, it actually will kick my fan on the or the power bank, and I don't like the fan running because that means it's hot. So I usually run it on 250, and it never kicks on the fan. So I do that, and it really doesn't draw or take that much longer to heat stuff up. But what I'll do, and this is the meal that I made last night. All right. So you can see right back here, hopefully you can see it. I've got these floured tortillas hanging from the tree. So I will take the floured tortillas. So I'm taking these, and then I'll take one of these out. All right. And I lay it right down in there. Pens or flyers, Tony? I'm betting the Pens. Absolutely, brother. Penguins all the way. Yeah. No, I've never been a Flyers fan. I've been a Penguins fan since, 20 some years. We used to live in an area where we had, I don't want to say it was before cable, but before cable came to our area, I had an antenna, and I could only get Fox Sports Net on TV. And when my kids were very, very small, my youngest, it was Rachel. So she's our fourth child. But, it was Gabby, I believe. So our second daughter, that's right. It was our second daughter when she was around 2 years old. We're sitting at the dinner table, and I fell in love with watching hockey. I didn't understand it, but I fell in love with watching it. This is the only thing we could get on TV. So I would put the game on, and every Thursday night it would come on. It's a hockey night. And we'd start watching hockey. Well, we're eating dinner one night. I turned it on, and we're sitting there. We prayed and stuff, and we start eating. And the TV's just on in the living room playing. And our one daughter was at the one end of the table, and Gabrielle, we said we never call her Gabby, but we call her Gabby. She was sitting in the high chair, and all of a sudden we're looking down, we're eating and stuff, and it goes, the music started playing. Now, he didn't say the words yet, and all as you heard was, it was almost the words, because she wasn't putting together real long sentences yet and talking, but she said, and Lisa looked up at me, and I looked up at Lisa, and she goes, I think you're watching a little too much hockey. So that was funny. Let's see. Emma says, wow, Random Adventures 2.0 can grow flour tortillas. I know, it's a flour tortilla tree. Yes. So I put one of these in there, all right? And then I did two meals like this so far. So one, let me reach in the refrigerator so you can see I've got stuff up here. So I am going to be taking along a can of, or a jar. I tried to find the squeeze kind, but pizza sauce, all right? Focus on that. You always got to hide your face with the phones. So I've got pizza sauce, so I put that in there. Then I put a little pizza sauce on the tortilla. And I grabbed a little mozzarella cheese. Mozzarella. So that's in there. And on 250, in about maybe 5 minutes or less, that tortilla shell gets so crispy and crunchy. And and what you got to do is you got to take the lid and put the lid on. And then if you have a little bit, and you got to use the smaller tortillas, a little bit of water, drizzle a little bit of water in there, and it'll steam up quick. And then you slap this on there. And then the steam melts the cheese even more. All right. So that's one thing. So I made that. The other thing is, if you remember on the 80-81 highway on-ramp thing I made on the Bigfoot Bushcraft grill, I made in tinfoil the pepperoni and cheese wraps. So I had some pepperoni the other night up here because I wanted to try it. I took pepperoni and Cooper Sharp cheese and I did a little wrap. I stuck the wrap down in here, and then you just flip the wrap, and boy, does that come out crispy. I should make one now. I'm getting a little hungry. So let's see. Drew says, what is your all-time favorite camping meal? That steak cooking challenge looked amazing. I know, right? And I didn't even make the top 5 for that thing. That was something else. So my favorite camp cooking meal. All of them. So I have so many favorites, really. But I did love that steak. When I cooked the Brussels sprouts, there was so many comments on that premiere, like, oh, you ruined it. You made Brussels sprouts. But the Brussels sprouts were from our garden. I like Brussels sprouts. It depends on how you make them. But so I blame it on the Brussels sprouts. So it is a Southern thing. You can probably find it on Amazon, though. Let's see, what was that? Stitch. Liverwurst isn't too bad. Yes. Tastes different than liver. Sounds interesting. Who sells it? Yeah. Liverwurst is acquired as well. But you can usually find it in the grocery store, and it'll be in a round pack in the refrigerated section with the meats, especially the lunch meats. In that area, and it'll say liverwurst right on it. Let's see. I love Brussels sprouts. Yeah, I remember that, Jess. Stitch says, I take that back, Emma. I couldn't find it on Amazon. So that's that. So that's one of the meals that I'll be making. Now I believe. See, I don't know if you've ever heard. When I'm on the road, I found out that if I take the tortillas, I can shove them down in between the insulator and the refrigerator thing so they don't slide around. All right. So, yeah, like I said, I got that peanut butter. So then this pan, it wipes out really easy. You just wipe it out. And then it just sticks right back in here. Like I said, that's how it's going to ride on the back seat of the car. So that's one thing we've got figured out. And that's going to be a good one. So Stitch, is it like Scrapple? You know what? I actually love Scrapple. But if I answer it, Stitch, I'm going to say you did it right. It's distantly related, sort of a German thing brought to Appalachia. Yeah. Let's see. I always just go on brioche hot dog buns and jalapeno and cheddar. Johnsonsville. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Very, very good. All right. Does anybody have any questions for me? Anything about the hot tent stove or the pipe, the flue? So, one of the comments that I did have, and I believe it was you, Emma, that had mentioned it. You appreciated me showing the nuances of putting the stovepipe together, because it shows that it's not as easy as what it may appear, and showing somebody up front maybe some of the issues and some of the things, difficulties. Just don't get frustrated with it. you know, you might say, you know, I now know what I'm getting myself into before you go, oh, I'm having all these problems. It's common. But I do believe that part of it was I can't really do this as tight. And the grip, turning that pipe, because you got to reverse turn it. But it is burning in, and it's getting more and more easier because it's been burned in. And someone told me that once you burn it in multiple times, it gets it begins to learn the curve. Is there a learning curve to the wood stove besides rolling the vent? Was there anything else that you had to learn? So one, just make sure you're burning hardwood. And where can I get a big enough backpack? Okay, Kino just asks, where can I get a big enough backpack? Check REI. They have, it's their garage sale. It used to be called garage sale, but now it's called, they just told me, it's called resupply. And then, I think I just, as far as learning curve with the stove, the other thing, one, burn hardwood. That's going to be ideal. And then it's really the settings. You have one setting back here. So when you're starting it, you want to have the flue fully open, like standing straight up in the air. All right. This is supposed to be on the outside of the tube. So, but there's a damper. You want to have the damper fully opened when you're starting the stove, and you want to make sure on the front of the stove that you have, there's another damper, slide damper here, that you want to make sure is fully open, and then on the side. And then as it starts to burn and it's all caught, you want to start backing those off. So you go halfway, maybe halfway on the front, halfway on the side, and then as it's burning even more, you kind of just fiddle with it a little bit and adjust it. You want to, having the glass is awesome because you can see how the fire is doing, like the flames swirling around in there. And that's what you want. You want the fire to be swirling in there because that way you know it's burning hot, really, really good, and it's going to continue to burn. You don't want to close off the dampers too much because that will shut her down. And then you'll have to restart it, and that can be a real pain if you got hot embers in there that aren't hot. Wasn't sure how many I needed. On that stove in hot operation. Are you thinking about getting another style of hot tent in the future? No, probably not. I've seen the teepee type. They don't look like enough room. Once you get in this hammock hot tent, I don't feel that I really need another one because I can, if I get a hammock, it's set up for a hammock already. But you can use it without a hammock. So if I had a cot, I can use it as a regular tent. Now, it doesn't have a floor. I don't know how that would be with it raining and stuff, setting up and stuff. But I do have things that have been sent to me to put down on the ground. In fact, this thing right here, it's in the back here, I believe. So this here, so it says ultra compact pocket blanket. Believe it or not, this doesn't look very big. If I open this up, it's as big as that comforter up there on the wall. And it's weighted on the corners. And so when you shake it out and lay it out, the corners are all weighted. with little weights, but this is something that you can walk on. So let's say you had camp shoes, and then you could walk on this with your camp shoes, things like that, but stay very clean. So I'm thinking I could use something like this instead of a bathtub and a tent. But I wouldn't need another scenario. I'm thinking I wouldn't even need a tent. Eventually, I might get a tent, like a little bivvy or something like that, but I'm not good on the ground yet. If I got down on the ground, I do have a little bit of difficulty getting up off the ground. But yes, let's see. Peter, yum, yum, yum. Green Hubs, you're getting so much gear, you'll need to have a yard sale. Oh, no, not going to have no yard sale. These are all blessings. And they're all things that I am going to be definitely using. And like I said, and I think, Stitch, you asked, when am I going on the trip? Okay, so right now I'm doing all the scenarios leading up because I can't leave yet. Ultimately, I would like to leave within the next 3 weeks. Okay, so first I have to drive down and meet Lou. We're going to coordinate that with Dennis for the cargo carrier, because I got to get that on the car so that we were going to use that for a purchase. But Dennis said he had one, which is a real blessing. So I got to get that on the car, then back, and then Alpine Warrior has some things for me for the car that I've got to travel up to New York for. So I want to go up there. Him and I want to do a collab video and maybe do a video of the car, the setup of the car. He has a Subaru as well. And if you saw on his channel when he came to see me at Cabela's, we got the same color, but his is newer than mine. Can you place something reflective behind the stove? Or is that reflective? You probably could, but I'm going to say it's not necessary. If you see, and if you're thinking of reflective to be able to cast more heat, you probably could if you wanted to. Protective. Now, in that video, one thing that I realized I set the stove up. When I set it up, I had it like this, and, the pipe went up, and right here is the back of the tent. So this glass was facing the opening of the tent right here. All right. What I'm going to do next time is I'm going to turn the stove so that it's running perpendicular to the side of the tent so that the glass is facing into the tent. I was thinking, if you saw, I'm sitting there between the door and the stove, and I'm thinking, well, the glass, you can't see it unless you're sitting there, and it's so close. So I'll probably turn the stove. That's one of the things I learned is I'll be able to turn the stove and have the glass facing into the middle of the tent so that if multiple people are in there, we can all see the glass, the inside of the tent. All the cool kids have a Subaru. Yeah, that's right, Stitch. Are you coming to North Carolina? Yes, I am going to be going in that direction, North Carolina. In fact, that's the direction I've got to go to first to pick up the car carrier, and then I'm going to head to New York. So all that's got to happen. I've got one vehicle that needs repaired yet, so that Lisa can have a vehicle ready and not be worried about things. So let's see, Stitch. I like the. All right, can't kill them all. Bushcraft camping, yes. All right. So, question: are you coming to North Carolina? Yep. I'm probably going to be going up to Crown Point, Emma. which that's pretty high in the state. That's about a 7-hour drive for me. I hope to maybe what on like, I'm not sure what I'm going to do or how many days I'm going to go, because going up there and then coming back, once I do that, then at that point, the car is going to be totally set up. In fact, I just added something in the car today. I didn't film it, but it's something that came in tomorrow's mail Monday that I filmed yesterday for tomorrow. There's something that comes in that I was able to set up in the car today, and it worked out amazing. All right. Let's see. Where in New York? Yes. So Crown Point, New York. Yeah, I can grab some when I go to North Carolina. Let's see. We're trying to meet in Bristol area. Yes. Tri-City States. Yeah. And so that's going to be, I looked it up online. It's a little over an 8.5 hour trip for me. So I don't know if I'm going to do it. I'm probably going to do it all in one day to get there. But that's going to be that would be considered a long day of driving and things like that for my scenario. But that's all I'm probably going to do that as a video. Now, even though I guess I would do an overnighter in the car. So I'm not sure yet. So that's all in the works. Within the next week or so, that will be happening. We're trying to meet in Bristol. Yep. So let's see. Camp Killamall says, come on by the house then. We have a ton of woods around here. Or you can stay with my wife and me for a week or 3. Oh, thank you very much, brother. So the first time, okay, so here's the scenario. I'm going to go to North Carolina, meet Lou, and we're going to do all that and hopefully, Lord willing, we can get the carry-all set up. I believe I know I've got to take a step stool along because I'm little height challenged. So to even be able to get in the carrier. So I'll get that all set up, come back here to PA, then turn and get up to New York, maybe a day or two up there, and then get everything set up, maybe do a little bit of filming up there, and then come back to PA, repack some things up into the carrier now to go, and then, Lord willing, start the trip. And I do want to say thank you very much for everyone that's gone on to Give, Send, Go. And if you don't know what that is, that's I've got a campaign on there. Let's see. I'll just bring it up here. Now, I want to say thank you very much. So far, I believe we have $400 donated towards the trip, which is gas and food. And if I do a meetup, I'm planning on maybe staying at a hotel so I can get a shower and stuff. But between places, I have to get I think it's $25 a month for Planet Fitness. If I get a Planet Fitness membership, I can go use the showers. And there's Planet Fitnesses all over the place. So I'll be able to go there and get a shower and do that. If I don't, say like I stop at a truck stop. Now I stopped the other day. I didn't film this part, but I went in to check to see how much it is for a shower at a truck stop. This one was $17. Now I think I'll do a bird bath at a Burger King or something like that than pay $17 for a shower that it was sketchy. Wear shower shoes, that kind of stuff. Could be pretty sketchy going into a truck stop bathroom to get a shower. So this trip is starting to get real. Yes, it is, darling. Very real. And like I said, I'm, as far as the trip goes, I would generally, anytime that I get ready to travel, I get very like antsy and like, oh, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna, like, when we go on a trip and to drive somewhere, I want to get on the road. I want to get going. I got to get going. I don't feel that. I feel a real peace about this trip. Now, I have an explanation for that. I believe that it's God ordained for me to take this trip. I'm being led by the Holy Spirit to take this trip. Because I don't know why, but He knows why I'm going to take this trip, and I don't feel anxious about it at all. And that's not like me before a trip. Now, I don't know how it's going to be when I drive into a town, but it's all going to be committed to the Lord. And when I say about this give, send, go, there is a place you can go on there and click on it and do you'll see a heart. Okay. I think that's how they do it. You'll see a heart on there, and that's praying for the campaign, praying for me, and when I say it, it's a campaign. It's going to be a new playlist for the channel, but you call it a campaign on there to raise funds for it. So when you go on there, so who is going with me? Jesus is. So it's going to be, I'm going to be totally led by the Holy Spirit on this journey, and I just committed it to the Lord, and what happens, happens. So I was starting to plan the trip. I'm going to be here by this date. I'm going to be here by that date. And I was starting to feel kind of odd about it, because what is the channel name? Random Adventures 2.0. I had to get that in. But it's going to be Random Adventures. That's the whole premise of it. Just getting out and doing a random adventure, right? So I felt that if I plan it, it's not going to be too random. I operate very well on random. And you can ask Lisa, I'll be sitting on the couch. I don't sit on the couch much anymore because I'm up here in the studio, my little oasis in the house. I love this place. But I'm doing a lot of things up here. I'm planning on, I'm cooking meals up here. I come in here, I make coffee, I make breakfast. I'm not cracking eggs, all right? And I was at the grocery store the other day, and maybe you guys can answer this. I know everybody says, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So, glass half empty, half full, but chicken or the egg, what came first? So we're all going to have something different. So I was in the grocery store the other day. Oh, no, I emptied it. Oh, darn it. I ate them all. But egg beaters. So I'm going to be taking egg beaters with me just because of the convenience to open it up. And I did egg beaters in that pot. Oh, my goodness, is it good. Scramble very fast. I think I did the egg beaters. Did I? Yes, this Thursday. You're going to see egg beaters. So this Thursday, you will see egg beaters cooked in the car with pork cheddar. Never had pork cheddar before. Didn't even know what it was. But I saw it in the grocery store in Walmart, and I was like, oh, what is this? It's looking good. It wasn't that good. It's like pork belly fat. So who is going with you? Yep, answered that one. And you answered back and said, best passenger you can have. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, do you mean liquid gold? Yes. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? So I'm pondering this as I'm walking around the grocery store looking for chicken. But I knew I had to get eggs. So I went, okay, both expensive right now. Which do you buy first, the chicken or the egg? so I wasn't sure. So I think I just got eggs. I didn't get the chicken because so for me, the eggs came first. I do random adventures, just going to the grocery store and drive as much as 200 miles. A very indirect route. Yeah, that's indirect. Old crack and dated. I used to curse our chickens. Used to cuss our chickens. Now I'm making money. Yeah, Lou. How about it? I have this one friend, and he used to. In fact, he delivers chickens. I should check to see how his business is doing. But you can actually go on. He's got a website. You can order chickens for like 8 months. You have them. He drops off a cage that rolls around on the lawn. He drops off chickens. He drops off the feed for the chickens. I mean, he goes on Long Island, everywhere. It's you just call him up and say, hey, I want chickens. He'll bring you the chickens and the pen and also the feed, and you have them for like 8 months. And then you call him up and say, okay, come pick up your chickens. And he goes up and picks up the, obviously not the feed, but picks up the chickens, picks up the crate or the, it's like a giant wheelbarrow. You just keep moving it around your yard and they eat, cut your grass and give you eggs. So yeah, he does that. That's a little business of him and his wife's. Pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know how much Lisa and I talked about. We need to get chickens. I can, yeah. So the other day, I was talking to a guy, and he said he was in Louisiana, asked how close I was going to come when I do my travels out to Louisiana. And he asked me, well, I said, I really don't know. And he said, oh, okay. And I asked him, though, I said, well, it really depends. It's going to be in a random adventure, but where are you at in Louisiana? And he said, well, Louisiana Bayou. And I said, where? And he said, Louisiana Bayou. And I said, no, I'm in Pennsylvania. So anyhow, I'm here all night. And, I thought of that the other night when I was looking at this Louisiana Bayou stuff. That's how my mind works. But so you're gonna see this po-ya-yi. So I had some Louisiana Bayou flavoring that I put in a meal the other night. It was pretty good. Yes, if you can. Laugh out loud, Frank. Yes. My neighborhood used to give us free eggs. Oh, wow. Check your local laws about having chickens. Yes. Dad jokes. Yep. Stitch. Yep. That would be considered a dad joke. Definitely. So, and you can use that one. That one's free. You can use that one. But on that Give, Send, Go, there's a heart. And I am really being blessed by people going on there and clicking on the heart. If you don't want or can't give towards it, that is perfectly fine, because the Lord's going to provide, right? Because if he wants this trip to happen, it's going to happen. And he's going to have to provide for it to happen, because he will. And that's how I'll know that it's his will that I do this. So as you go on to Give, Send, Go, you'll see that heart, and you can click on that, and you can send me prayers. And many of you have done that already. In fact, Emmy, you sent me that Psalm 91, which is prayer of protection, and share with me those verses and stuff. Blessing. So that on the heart, but you can commit just to pray for me, and I will greatly appreciate that, because I am going to need tons of prayers for travel, prayers for travel mercies, protection, a hedge of protection around me, because I'm going to be camping not only in the car, but I'm going to get out and I'm going to camp in the woods in dispersed areas, some pretty different places that I'm not familiar with. Now, I'm going to be very sensitive to if I feel as though I shouldn't, and this is something you can pray for me, that I would have the wherewithal and be very sensitive to the Holy Spirit's leading, that maybe I shouldn't go somewhere, I shouldn't camp somewhere, just that I'm very sensitive to those things, those promptings. I am trying to talk my wife into pigs, but she's not having it. Let's see. You're going to do great on your trip. Yes. Thank you so much, Isolated Serenity. And thank you so much for blessing me. Definitely. No laws in our livestock. You can have pretty much anything as long as... Question from Darlene. She says, I'm questioning you, but do you have a set amount of money in your mind that you are going to take? So part of that campaign, you can go on and read that, and there is a set amount. Now, it doesn't mean I have to hit that amount. It's just you have to put an amount in there, and I set it up as $1,000 per month, just so that it's ongoing. Now, if I get $400, which I did to this point, there's $400 in there. That will be used for the trip, and that's going to be gas money. Fortunately, that Subaru is really good on fuel. It's going to be used if I'm probably going to use part of that for the monthly cost, unless someone does like buy me a coffee and says 5 coffees is $25. Hey, that's to go towards the Planet Fitness membership. So then I'll, do that. So I do plan on still doing Sunday night lives. All right. As we're traveling. So, and that will be from certain locations. I'll try to always be somewhere where I've got a live connection so I can go live. And I do want to say there's still 40 people watching and the 2 hours. But if y'all want me to stay on a little longer, I'll continue to stay on. But there's also make a great garbage disposal. Oh, pigs, yeah. In mind, are you going to take? So as far as funds, I do have an amount of $1,000 per month. I don't foresee needing that much or that much coming in. But like I said, the Lord owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, and I committed it to him. He's going to provide. So I do have, the channel is starting to make, so continue to share the channel. It's starting to make a little bit of an income, or a little bit of funds are coming in, a little bit are starting to come in from the channel from views. So please share the channel. It's not that I need more subscribers. I just need views. And just off topic real quick, views. So 4,000 watch hours. Just to give you an idea, it took me a year to get 4,000 watch hours. I just looked just this morning. It gives you you can look at the last 28 days. The last 28 days, the channel's had 8,100 watch hours on it in the last 28 days. That's huge. It took me a year to get 4,000 watch hours. So the watch hours are increasing. Since I think we're at, since we started the channel in March of 2021, like I said, it took me a year to get 4,000, a little over a year to get 4,000 watch hours. To date, this coming March will be 2 years that the channel has been up. We just went over 90,000 watch hours. That's just awesome. The amount of watch hours. That's not views. That's watch hours. We just passed 500,000 views the other day. So the channel's starting to make a little bit of income, and that's all going into the channel and going into different things for like gas, different things for the channel as well. So Jason asks, how long is your road trip going to be? Well, the idea is it takes 35 hours to drive to Arizona straight. There, and I think that would be about several days. Like, you can make it however long you want to make it, but that is not what I'm going to do. I'm going to set out and I'm going to drive some days 3 hours, some days 5 hours, some days 7 hours. It depends on what I'm going to do that day, where I'm going to go. I might get into an area or a state, and you'll see that on this video coming this Thursday. I kind of get into it and explain that. Like, I might get into a state, stop at a visitor center, pull a brochure from the visitor center, which is a great resource. Take a look at that and see, okay, Hanging Rocks is just up the road. I'll go up there, do a video, maybe a day hike, if I can hike. So it's going to be rough. Only a year, you're on fire. Yeah. Thank you, Jess. So I'm going to try to do as much. It's going to be random. It really, really is. So I had a goal or a thought. By the way, Tony, I sent you a message on Patreon. Yes, Stitch, and I read it. I'm not sure about. I know Patreon's neat. It's new to me. I just started the Patreon not too long ago, and I have some people on Patreon. I don't do a lot because it's really hard for me. I want to do more on Patreon. I'm having trouble figuring it out. And I know you sent that message to me. I just didn't get a chance to respond back to you. But I am definitely going to. Let's see. What do I let video play on tablet? Yeah, Kino, thank you. Let all your videos play. You know, that is really a great comment there. I actually have done this myself. I've gone on one of my video playlists and just hit play all and just let it play. And then, I've done that on the TV already. Like, if Lisa goes to work and I'll get downstairs, I'll turn the TV on, then I'll come up here and I'll work in the studio, and the TV's just playing. Really, that's helpful. Thank you for allowing it to play. Continue to share the channel. If you like the videos, share the channel. Become a part of our 2.0 family. On Facebook. And I know a lot of people aren't on Facebook, and that's fine. But if you are on Facebook and you want to come on to Facebook and join the Facebook page and be a part of the 2.0 family, I post every link to the video on there. And I do some extra posting on there that I don't post anywhere else, just because it's easy for me to do that. We could chat. Oh, yeah. So Stitch is saying you don't have to do anything different. Tony just add some tears. We could chat about that both and bash some ideas around it if you'd like. Yeah, definitely. So, hey, Jeep Stuff, how are you doing? I watched some of your some of the same videos 10 times. I often fall asleep to them and just let them play. I do have that sleep videos and the ASMR, that one with the snow. A lot of people say they've been putting that one on and watching that one. And believe it or not, I fell asleep while I was editing that one at least 6 times doing those relaxation videos. I think I have 108.9 watch hours since starting uploading in March of 2020. Yeah, so here's what I want to say. And maybe this, if you're a creator and you're just getting started, don't look at numbers. Just enjoy what you're doing and just keep putting out content. And just put out content that you like. Someone else is going to like it too. And if anything, it's just for you. But I don't know how it works. If you can figure it out, you would be on fire. The analytics. All right. So I have a video that I made. Oh, and when I was at my Subaru dealer, because it came up for an oil change, so I took it in for an oil change over at my dealer. And the day that I bought that vehicle, it was I talked to my sales guy, Alex, and I said, "Can you sleep in the back of this thing?" And he popped the back seat down, and so it fell down. And he dove. He didn't climb up in there. He dove into the back of the car and laying on his side. He said, "Yep, you can lay in here. It's really, really comfortable." And I'm thinking, "Oh, okay, that's neat." And I just saw him the other day. He became a subscriber of mine that day. And I told him, I said, within the next couple of days, I'm going to go out and I'm going to make a video. And I said, let me get a couple of pictures of you and things like that. And I took pictures of him and I put him at the end of this one video. And that video, it's an abandoned farm video. It took, I did that one in February. So about a month and a half before I had the stroke. Now, stick with me here. I'm getting to a point. So I put that video up, and at the end of the video, it rolls. Hey, W&L Subaru is where I bought the vehicle, and I went to this guy, and here's a picture of the vehicle. This is really neat. And it runs a little ad for contact Alex over at W&L Subaru. And I had done that, and I think it was maybe, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Like the first month that it was up, it only had like 20 views a month. 2 months, it had like 42 views, in 2 months. Really doing small, okay? And then fast forward now from February to September. In September, up until that point, it had, I believe, 400 views, which that's pretty good at the time for one of my videos. And in October, this October, all right, so I made it in February. It had up to 400. Then all of a sudden, September, it started jumping a little bit. And I can't bring the graphic up right now, but if I could, you would see that video. It's a long line. And then all of a sudden, it goes like that. And it jumped. And then it goes jump, 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 jump. Since September to February, okay, that video is over 8,000 some views. So it laid dormant until about October. Because September, then September, it took off a little bit. October, it really went. November, it really grew. Then December, it grew more. January of this year, it grew even more. And I think in the last 28 days, it's one of my top producing videos. And it's got maybe 1,300 views in the last 28 days. And it's up there. It's always up there for the last months. So it just all of a sudden it just liked it, that one. It just liked it, and I was really shocked. It's not a camping video. I'm going around a abandoned farm. It's 60 years old. And there used to be a state run facility for like mentally challenged and things like that. And I think it used to be a farm attached or sort of with that property, and that land. It's just over the. Alrighty. That should have fixed it. Boy, I like the, my trail name, Crunchy Mike. Hopefully that fixed it. Crunch Cake, too close to the mic. Yes. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? Oh, so Dennis, are you just coming on? Did you see since the beginning, or because I wanted to show you something real quick. All right. And Kayanne was on. I don't know if Kayanne's still here, but she mentioned about the hammock, the receiving it. That is so great. So what do you guys think? Should I go ahead and just, show that that one thing that really concerned me about the hammock and what someone brought up to me about seeing? Yes, just hopped on. Okay, Dennis. So you didn't catch it, but I got a few comments, and I thought I would just clear something up because it was kind of laying heavy on me once I saw it. So I'm just going to play this little clip from this past week's video, and you will appreciate this. All right. And then I'll clear up what some of the concern was. To cook on, we'll put our little burner right on top of there. Get our pan, get our eggs. But first things first, I gotta make a cup of coffee. All right. Here we go. All righty. So can you put an annotation over it on the video to mention that? I'm not sure. So one of the things that was brought up to me, and I love that hammock. So Dennis, that is so cool. But one of the things that was brought up to me was as I was in the hammock, and I'm sitting on the couch, and I get a comment that says, "Hey, are those brown boxers up on the line?" And I was like, huh? I didn't know what they were talking about. So I messaged quick, I said, oh, no, ha, ha, ha. But I didn't know what they were talking about. And then after a little while, oh, Mike, again. I'm going to go ahead and fix my mic again. Not sure if that's new or if that's old. Let me just fix it. I don't. All right. So I'm not sure if that was. Dang it. I'll be right back, hopefully. Alrighty, so a little bit of technical difficulties. So I am back with the camera. Hopefully that's fixed it. Sorry about that, guys. For some reason, my camera does that. It throws me off. And the speaker. All right. Alrighty. Okay. So get the camera adjusted again. So someone mentioned, are those your boxers? And then someone says, hey, are they brown panties on the line? And I'm like, no, they're. Then Lisa and I were watching, and I saw that on the Ridgeline, that clip. I was like, oh my goodness, it looks like underwear. So I just was joking around. And that's a utility thing from One Wind. But Dennis, that was so funny. But yeah, pretty cool. All right, so let's get this adjusted a little bit more. So I do have another camera in the stove. So that one's in the stove. Just adjust. Don't fix what. That's a that is a peak storage bag. Yes. So some people thought I was hanging my underwear on the Ridgeline. I don't know if they really thought that, but it certainly gave the impression that I had panties hanging there. But Miss 2.0 was on earlier and said my briefs are much sexier than those. So just kidding. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. I'm already. I don't. Yeah, someone apparently thinks it's drawers. Yeah, and when you first see it, it does look. It does look a little bit like underwear. A little bigger than what I need, but there's no holes, so it's just. But you can see it's a nice storage thing, and I used it really. I'm gonna just back her down. So those Persic knots really work well for sliding and stuff like that too. Always good to have clean underwear, right? Definitely agree. You know what, Dennis? You need to come on to our live sometime. In fact, I'm going to put, now you can consider it and think about it. And if you would like to come on, I am going to put the link down in here. And Alpine Warrior, I don't know where you're at. If you'd like to pop on, please pop on. Let's see. I'm going to paste the link. Paste. Jeep Stuff says maybe it was too hot in the hot tent. Yeah. And they wouldn't be Miss 2.0's panties either, because hers aren't that much material either. But yes, Dennis, please come on and click on here and come on. And Stitch, get on here. I need company. I didn't have any company last week, and I haven't had any company this week. And we've been on for 2 hours and 23 minutes. I'd like to have some of y'all come on. You'll have to direct me. It's all Greek to me. So just in the comment section, so you want to turn Facebook off and then click on the link and just follow the link. Very easy. The link will bring you right on board. You can try it and see how it works. But yes, it should. And you'll pop up in my green room and I'll see you and I'll go, hey, there he is in my green room. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready and I'm going to bring you on. So I'm in Nashville on business. The hotel Wi-Fi is rough. Oh, man. Okay, yeah. So I know you said you were traveling this week. Drew says, do you mind talking about your stroke? Okay. Were you aware having one? When it happened? What were the symptoms? All right. Oh, I'm seeing Dennis just popped in here, but it's just a microphone. He's not cameraed yet. So there's little things. Hey, Stitch, how you doing? I'm gonna bring you in too. I'll bring you both on here.
What do I need to do, Tony?
Okay, we'll tell you here. Hey, Stitch, how you doing? So
Tony.
I've done that part of it, Dennis. But let's say in the settings, maybe there should be a little settings on the bottom. You go in there and you click on settings, and then click on camera. And then if you have anything playing that's got my voice on it, you're going to get an echo. Yeah. So you'll want to turn YouTube off and just be on Stream Duck or whatever this is called, StreamYard. Hello from St. Louis. Hi, St. Louis. Yeah, I'm going to talk about my stroke here in a minute.
Oh, I didn't.
Party is starting, Lou says.
All right, I'm having trouble here.
Yeah. Are you on your phone or the computer?
I'm on a computer,
Okay.
laptop.
Okay. Do you have YouTube open?
Yeah, YouTube is open.
Okay, turn YouTube off. Like X that out.
Let's see.
Oh,
He turned himself off, it looks like, Tony.
yeah.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying a different headset, Les. So.
Yeah, looking good. Oh, is your wall yellow?
No, not really. It's I think it's just light showing it. It's more of a butternut squash color.
Okay, yellow. Kind of yellow. But butternut squash, that's nice. I like that color.
Yeah. It's very, very pleasing.
Yes. It puts you in a good light.
I need all the help I can get. Yeah.
Right? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Dennis, if you can hear me, maybe click on the link again and try to come on. But there's settings down on the bottom, but you have to turn off YouTube. If not, you'll get an echo. Alpine is stealth camping in chat. All right. So as far as the stroke, my stroke was this past March 24th. I don't know. Can you hear that?
That was my wife grinding coffee.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry.
I thought it was on my end.
No, sorry.
Nice. That's okay. So I see you, Dennis, in the thing, but there's no camera. On the computer, down at the bottom, it should say mute, stop camera, settings, present, and then invite. But you would click on settings and go in there, and it should turn your camera on. I'm going to bring you on so I can hear you. Yeah. Lou, I'm sorry. Dennis, go in and click on settings and then see if there's a thing for camera.
Oh, okay, I'm on settings.
Okay. And then you have to turn off YouTube or at least bring the volume down.
Let's see. How do I do that?
Yeah. Is there a separate tab should be opened up on your computer that says YouTube?
I told you it's all Greek to me.
Oh, oh he ended himself again. Oh. I know he said about his daughter helping him at some point. I'll probably have to work with you, Dennis, on it together, maybe on a private one. You and I can do and get us rolling, so we can bring you on because I'd love to have you on. But as far as the stroke goes, my stroke was March 24th, and I do want to say that I was one under a lot of stress. Two, I was trying to learn a new position because I was training others in the position, and so there was some things going on health wise. I didn't realize that my high blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes, all of those things were a contributing factor to health. So, and I wasn't, or I had not gone to the doctors lately and done a checkup. So I do recommend if you haven't been on a regiment of going to the doctors in quite some time for a checkup, get in there and get a checkup. No matter the cost, get a checkup and find out if there's anything going on that maybe you don't know. So there was a lot going on with that. And then for me, I was working nights. So I go in for 5 and then get off at like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. But I noticed right around 3 o'clock in the morning, I was in the back of a trailer, and I was working for a distribution center, Lowe's distribution center at a big warehouse. And I was doing a lot of training of other people on equipment and things like that. So I was going to be a trainer for the night. And that's when I came back in to work 5 o'clock. But the night before, or the shift before, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, I was getting a little confused and a little anxious about something that I knew shouldn't be confusing me, or I was having a little problem in the back of the trailer with the truck. And I was getting frustrated very easy, and I'm not one to get frustrated, but I was getting frustrated. And I thought, well, I'm just tired, things like that. But I was also getting tired early than natural. And I was drinking some energy drinks and drinking some things to help me get through the night. So fast forward, that was about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. Fast forward, I went home, couldn't quite sleep a little bit. And then I woke up, finally fell asleep, and I woke up about 1 o'clock in the afternoon to go to work. And I told Lisa, I said, hey, I'm really having trouble and so forth. Last night, talking and things like that, I was really feeling anxious and having trouble. And hey, Jess, I see you there. I'm going to bring you on in a second. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. Ooh. So as I was going through the afternoon, I was telling Lisa, I just don't feel it. And she said, okay. She asked me a few questions. She said, well, yeah, maybe you're just overly tired. Because I was overly tired and I was struggling with some things. But I said, no, it was different. It was a little different. And then I had to leave for work. So I rushed. I'll have to have you walk me through it. Yes. Dennis said he'll have to have me walk me through it, and I definitely will do that. You and I will get together on this, a private one, and we'll go over it. And then when we go live one time, you're going to come on. So I got to work, but on my way to work, I always called Dave, my friend, and I was talking to him, and I was saying about my scenario of being at work the shift before and just struggling a little bit. And I was getting frustrated. I was having trouble. So he's like, that sounds odd. He says to this day he should kick himself because as soon as I called him later in the evening, he knew what had happened. So I was at work, and I had to take equipment back to the back, and I fill out for forklifts, depending on what forklifts, you had to do checklists and go over the machine. So I have really beautiful handwriting, if I do say so myself. But I noticed I was having trouble writing, and it wasn't looking like I normally write. And I was like, wow, I have really good handwriting. Why isn't this working? And I tried to focus on it a little bit, and it still wasn't. It's like, that's odd. So I had to take the equipment back to the warehouse. And if anybody knows anything about these warehouses, they're like 7 football fields long. So I took the equipment back, and the guy that I was going to train wasn't certified to drive the equipment yet. So I had to walk back to the front. While I was walking, I kept drifting to the right. All right. And I was like, why am I drifting to the right? It was almost like I was a little tipsy because this leg was not coming forward like it usually does. And I was like, well, it's just maybe from my hike, because I did a hike a couple days before that. No, wait, I did the overnight under the bridge 27 hours before my stroke. And I thought, well, I'm just overly tired, things like that, and I was walking, but I'm going a little bit to the right. And I mentioned it to one person at work, and they said, hey, they started thinking right away, stroke. They said, do you have these? Talk to me, follow this. And they were looking at my face. Nothing was sagging on my face or anything. So it just didn't give any indications. But as the night went on, I was in the back with that guy training him, and I was talking to him. And while I was talking, he stopped me and he said, hey, Tony, are you intentionally talking like that? Or are you doing that for a reason? And I didn't realize it, but I was pausing between every word. Like I was struggling to get it out. And I said, no, I said, I'm trying to really articulate or accentuate the word because it's just not coming. And he said, I think you need to go to the hospital. I said, no, it's fine. Well, we kept doing that a little bit. And then it kept getting worse. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to call my wife. So I called Lisa. And as soon as I talked to it, I don't know if you remember the movie I Am Sam. Sean Penn played I Am Sam, did a real good job in that movie. And I used to just play around with Lisa and the kids when we watched that movie. I do Sam, and we'd all, do that. But she literally thought I was playing. She goes, "Why are you talking like that?" And I said, "No." I said, "I'm not trying. This is what's happening." And she goes, "Hang up and get a hold of your supervisor, call 911. She realized right away I was having a stroke or in the early stages of the stroke. So I called up front to my supervisor, and he said, stay on the phone with me. I'll be right back. And they had a little piece of equipment. They ran it back real fast. And they called 911. I got rushed out. Yes, fast. Facial drooping, arm weakness, because they kept saying, put your arm up, touch your nose, touch my finger, touch my nose. They were doing all that in the beginning. So the ambulance came, and they're like, not sure, maybe we should go. I was really not in full stage yet. I mean, I was not really slurring my words. I could do all of that, touch my nose, touch the fingers. I didn't have any facial. And they said, well, all right, let's take you to the hospital. So we went for a ride. And as we were in the ride, he was talking to me. Now, the one hospital was it was like a satellite hospital. En route, he stopped me and he said, look straight at me for a second. And he smiled. And when I did, this side was starting to droop. And you can see it in the videos when you watch the playlist. You can see that. And I do have a video of fast explaining what that is. So my face was starting to droop. He immediately called in the hospital to go to the other hospital and call the unit to start coming. But when I told him, I said I had some symptoms the night before, they thought it was like a whole day. No, it was just hours because I came off of a shift and went right back in for my next shift. And it was early on. So I actually got to the hospital and, they, put me in. And then I was sitting in a room and I called Dave and Dave's like, put Lisa on the phone quick. Because no doctors had been in to see me yet. And they thought I should have been given a pill or a shot or that early stuff. But I didn't. So over the next several days, the swelling from that area of the blood clot, which mine was a pontine stroke. So if you picture a mushroom and the stem on the mushroom, mine was high and on the one side of the mushroom, but it affected the right side of my body. And they said the right side's the worst side to get affected. Yeah. It's really, really, really amazing and overwhelming. So there, I'm going to bring Jess on. Hey, Jess, I see you there. I'm going to bring you on. And Alpine Warrior just popped on too. I'm going to bring you guys on. Watching your post-stroke videos, it sounds like your symptoms got way worse in the hospital. Yeah. So from the hospital, they progressively got worse to where I was laying flat on my back for a while because as I sat up, it was putting extra pressure on my brain. And part of that, Alpine Warrior, your camera's not working. Maybe give that a try. Hey, Jess, I'm going to bring you on. All right. There's a Jess. How you doing, brother? Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah. So I got you on, Jess. There you are. Maybe a little bit of a delay. And then Alpine Warrior popped on. Come back on, Alpine, with your camera will work. So with that, loud and clear, brother. Good. So with that in the hospital, I was there. He is. All right, bring it back on. And Jess ended up it popped off. So keep trying, Jess. There you go, Alpine Warrior. There you are.
Hey.
Good. Yeah. So I'm just good.
Yeah, sorry it took me so long to come on. It was unavoidable. I'll tell you about that later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe after we get off, we can talk.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw your studio light.
I'm trying to put the thing in the camera. All right. Let's see here. All right.
There we go. So I'm just going to finish my thought here real quick, and then we'll get to talking and stuff. So in the video, I pick up the camera and I say, "Hey," and what's really wild is on March 24th was my 1-year anniversary of the channel. And I had just hit that very day, hit 500 subscribers. So I'm laying there in the hospital bed and I pick up my phone and I say, "Hey, Tony here, Random Adventures 2.0. Now, I didn't say it that clear. I said, and hey, were just hit 500 subscribers and had a stroke. Literally had a stroke. And then I went in to explain how we were going to go on a new Random Adventures, and we started the stroke series from the hospital room. And then 50 days later, Rachel drops me off on a Walmart parking lot, and I head into the woods for that 50-day over there. And we got Jess back too. So I'm going to bring Jess on, and I'm going to get all of us into a grid. Let's see. Boom. There we go. And let me go on here. Banner off. Ticker banner. That'll give us a little bit more room. Alrighty. Okay. Yes. So how is everyone doing? Jess, how are you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Hey, Jess.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. You're a little
I'm
quiet, but we can hear you.
Delayed. I'm warming up behind you guys.
Drew, you're welcome for me sharing that testimony about that stroke. So we're coming up on a year. Now, I've gotten back a lot of different things. Speech was generally the first thing that came back because, believe it or not, that's your biggest muscle. And if you're like me and talk a lot, it'll come back fast. So if you guys have any questions about the stroke, throw 3 question marks up there, and we can talk about that a little bit. As far as, let's see. If anybody has Facebook still, or not Facebook, but YouTube still open in the sound, you'll have to click off it, because if not, we'll get a lot of back feeding through your Yard stream. Just try to be on Yard stream only because that's what works best. Yeah, perfect. I can just type. I don't talk much anyway, laugh out loud. And my parents are asleep. All righty, Jeff. Sounds good. All right. Yeah, I can hear myself back feeding. So if anybody has me playing on a different channel, I know Stitch, you don't. Jess, if you have me on, it'll back feed and we'll get a lot of echo. Yeah. Let me just try something. Jess, I'm going to just remove you for a second.
There's the culprit.
I think, Jess, you might have YouTube, the sound coming through and it's echoing back through our channel and making it hard to hear. Surgeries. Okay. Drew asked, do you have any surgeries lined up post-stroke, or is it all PT from this point forward? So it is all physical therapy. I do not have any surgeries for the stroke, but I do have what would be near the funny bone. They say that is making my hand numb, and I do need some type of a surgery. It's almost like carpal tunnel, but it's called something else. And that was going to happen possibly before I leave for my trip, but that's going to be a 2-week recovery. And I think they've got it switched around to where it'd be when I get back. I've got Tony in stereo, phone, and iPad. There we go. So Jess says I'm using video on my other phone and chat on this one. I'm going to bring it back on, Jess. Oh, nope, you popped off. You're not in the green room anymore. Dang it. All right. So, hey, guys, how you been?
Good,
Good.
Tony.
How about yourself?
Good. Yeah. Looks like I'm still winning.
I shaved mine down.
You did, and so did
Trimmed it.
Alpine.
Yeah, well,
A
cool
little bit.
cats
A
think
little
the
bit.
same.
Yeah, true. And I asked
little bit.
last week, should I trim it or and everybody said no, don't touch it.
Looks good,
yeah,
pal.
what's that?
It looks good.
Yeah, it's getting bushy. Yeah, I mean it's getting big. I just trimmed the sides a little bit, so just tapered it in because I cut my own hair. It's just when I do it with my stroke hand, I just have to be careful because if I make my mustache go like this, it's coming off. It's gonna. That's what happened the last time. Hopefully, sometime this year, I'll get better phone that works. Yes, Jess. And Jess, we're still praying for you for different things too. And reach out to me on email because maybe you and I can talk one-on-one on the phone as well. Josh is Camping Outdoor Adventures. How you doing, Josh? It'll help keep you warm. Yes, it will. Unless I get out to Arizona and it's too hot. But I still, yeah, it's going good. All right. So, yeah. So what have you guys been up to?
Dealing with the cold weather.
Right. Oh, how cold was it up at your place yesterday?
It's actually 20 below with a wind chill factor of about 60, 65 below.
Yeah, that's low. I heard Mount Washington was like 108 below with the wind chill or something on top of Mount Washington.
That's true. Yeah, they broke records.
Yeah.
How was it by you, Stitch?
What's that? Oh, no, it's beautiful here.
How was it by you?
Beautiful here. It's been cold. It has been cold. I think that all just kind of kept moving east. But now it's been the last couple of days. Actually, I went skiing on Thursday, and it was like a bluebird sky, and it was 25 degrees, and it was just magnificent skiing. Started out a little colder than that, but yeah, it was just a great day to ski. So that was good.
Sounds like good powder.
Yeah, actually there was some. You had to hunt for it, because it kind of been either groomed or other folks had run through it. They didn't have too much fresh stuff. It was a few days old, but yeah, you could still go off a little bit and find some. So that was good. It was a good day.
Is that what they call powder out at your way? Was it more powdery snow?
Yeah, it's like most East Coast snow is kind of thick, it's kind of heavy.
Very.
And so we get it's called the intercontinental snow. So it has to do a bit with the altitude. It also has to how cold it actually is when the snow forms.
Oh wow!
So it's very light when it falls initially. So that's what the powder is. So you see that like the Utah ski places, but you don't see it like the Sierras and the Cascade. That they get the Cascade cement, Sierra cement. So it's kind of a thicker, heavier snow. But out this way in the Rockies, at least, you get that real nice light.
Wow.
Powder.
Powdery.
Stitch, I was talking to Tony about the fact that because it's been so cold, the colder it is, the clearer it is. And the fact that it's so clear, the moon shadow was unbelievable the other night.
Yeah.
It was like daylight out. Unbelievable.
It's, plus, you get those weather systems kind of push a lot of the junk out, and that helps clarify it. But yeah, I always like those clear, cold days and nights. It's good. It's all good.
So somebody, V Shy BJ, asked, "Where is Alpine? Where you're from?"
The Alpine.
Upstate New York.
There we go. Yep. Upstate New York. And so Lou says it's the ulnar nerve entrapment, Tony. So
Ulnar nerve entrapment.
yeah.
So this, like, I don't really feel this finger still, and a little bit of this thumb, and I think that Doc thinks it might be up in here somewhere from when I crushed all the nerves. This hand's fine. I crushed them all,
Right.
This guy, this is the only one that still gives me a little bit of trouble.
It's these two fingers on mine is numb. Like this one goes numb. So a lot of times you'll see me like squeezing it, things like that, doing that. But I thought it was just because it was my stroke hand, And then if you look, let's see if I can get the light right in here. That's thin. It's dipped in. See how it's dipped in? He said that's atrophying a little bit because of that nerve. Damn. He says, "Oh yeah, it's a little atrophy," and I thought it was just because this is the stroke hand and I'm not using it as much. Because my grip strength needs to come back on this side.
Yeah, but it was all up your. I mean, it's your whole right side, really, right?
It is. Yep.
Yeah. And so, and I think that's partly, I think the cause for me is that those muscles atrophied.
Yeah.
That normally are supposed to do something. And so when the nerves regrew, I guess, I don't know if the muscles still aren't back yet or what, but it could be related to that.
Yeah. And did you want to share what your infirmary and how you got that?
No one really knows still how it happened, but effectively, I think I had a spinal stenosis or cervical spinal stenosis, which is a narrowing of the little hole the spinal cord goes through. And I think it was the vertebrae was rubbing on the dura, which is the sheath. And it so if you take like a pocket knife on a high voltage wire, eventually you kind of hit the wire, and that's kind of what happened to me. I hit the wire, and it just caused basically my entire body kind of cramped because it was just, and I couldn't release it. I had no control over it, so it just locked everything up. So it ended up kind of crushing the neck, and then it crushed all the nerves that come out of your cervical spine in here. And then I lost the use of my arms.
How long ago was that?
So that was May of 2019 when that occurred.
Okay.
And then I had surgery to make sure it didn't happen again, I think July of 2019. But the damage was already done, and I've been recovering from that ever since. Even though I'm a lot better now. Yeah. But it's still.
And once it loses those connections, that takes just like a stroke, right?
Yeah, that's the reason why. Yeah, I found your story very similar to mine. It was different modality on how it occurred, but a similar impact to your nervous system to what I experienced. So that's why I understood everything, and I felt real sad for you because I'd been going through that for a couple of years. So
and I just before you say it. And you were one of the ones that encouraged me because there were days that I got frustrated.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing so good. I'm, making gains. And then all of a sudden it's like, where did that all go? It all went out the window. And I was starting even further back than what I thought than what I could have been forward. And you were like, no, that's normal.
Yeah.
And that really, encouraged me.
Yeah. You just had to be, it's a super patient. It's not like breaking a bone or something and, the thing sets and you're good. And, a couple months, this is completely different. I've never had a nervous system injury, so I was unprepared. I've had all sorts of other fun things, but nothing like that.
Well, how you got your name, Stitch, right?
Yeah. That wasn't that bad, but yeah. I am accident prone, I suspect. But it's coming back, Tony. You know.
Yeah, it's actually I noticed when weather is affecting it. It seems like weather's affecting it because, like, there's some days I can come up the stairs where I don't come up the stairs sideways, one leg at a time. There's a couple days that I was like, oh, I can almost walk straight up the stairs and lift that leg up. And then just like the last couple days when it was really, really cold, I'm back to, oh, man, one leg at a time. Whoop, one step at a time. Whoop, one step at a time. I'm backwards. And even this arm is getting tight, like this muscle I've been taking, and I have to go like this. And there's a little muscle in there. And I got to kind of keep going back and forth on it to kind of massage it, to loosen it back up because it wants to get tight. So, yeah. And sometimes I'll take my thumb and press down on that. And it almost makes me feel like I'm going backwards again. And then I'm like, no, you're not going backwards. It's, just a little setback.
Yeah. And the problem is that, you have all sorts of muscles that when you just move your arm like that, there's a lot of muscles that have to engage. And if you kind of burned out some of the nerve pathways to that entire group of muscles that need to activate, there's overcompensation from certain muscle groups that are trying to take over because, well, that little guy over there is not doing his job, but I'll get your arm up for you. And that's what I've been I'm still trying to fight some of the atrophy from that back in here. I'm still trying to get those muscles. And it's, you have to send the nerve signals there, but if the nerve signal isn't there, then it's not gonna work. So you just have to keep working it, and eventually it'll go, you got to send a new nerve down here. Those guys aren't hacking it,
Right. Hello.
Yeah.
Send reinforcements.
Yep.
Or a search party to find that lost.
Yeah. So that may be part of it. You may have a muscle that's not doing its job, and others are overcompensating. It's giving you that pain. But
yeah,
I am not a doctor, and nor do I pretend to be one on TV. So
right.
But yeah, it's probably a good thing to ask if you're still seeing a neurologist or anything like that.
What was really surprising? Neurologists said, once they figured out, blood pressure and things like that, and I started getting them under control, they're like, "Yep, thanks. We'll see you next time."
Yeah.
They kind of just, you're gone.
Yeah.
I was surprised because you'd think neurology would stay with you for at least a year. It was like 3 months or 2 months, 3-month checkup. And I'm like, kicked to the curb, hey, you're done.
Yeah,
but
fortunately, I had a good neurologist, so he was
good.
But yeah, that's a shame. I don't know if a PT can. I think you have to get the right PT to understand what's going on and trying to figure that one out. That's a tough one.
And like my Aaron, my physical therapist that I ended up going to after the home therapy, he was really good, but he would call another physical therapist who specialized in strokes. Like he did, like he was a hiker, he hikes, does all that stuff. So he knew that stuff about it and what to challenge me for and things like that to get back to things. But there's education on some of that that's a little deeper than what all of them know. Like they don't specialize in it. But you got to be able to want to do a lot of it on your own. You're your best doctor. You're your best physician. You're your best motivator. If you're not going to do it, nobody's going to do it for you. In other words, right?
That's right. That's right.
So
you need to get into a routine in the morning when you get up, where you stretch and you do some exercises to get the blood flowing, and just be disciplined enough to be able to do it every day. Over time, that'll help too.
Yeah, and Drew asks, Tony, are you still going to a chiropractor to help with the foot drag? So foot drop, I do wear the brace for it. Now, when I take the brace off at night, I like my toes are basically They're not, but they feel dead. All right, there's not a lot. I can feel them when I touch them, but I run my hand over my foot and it's very sensitive. Like all the nerves are firing. Like it's just very, very sensitive. And like if I stretch my leg out in the morning, it'll cramp up my calf cramps. So my legs get very tight. I'm trying to manipulate and move my toes. Like, you know how you kind of curl your toes under? I can do that on my one foot. My other foot, I'm crunching them now. I'm squeezing them like this, but I can't lift them up. Not really. Some, but I can't wiggle my toes, but I can on the other foot, the good foot. I mean, how often do you wiggle your toes, right? So how often do you use your toes except for balance? All right. So you don't always curl your toes and flex your toes. So you don't really work those muscles very often. So you've got to be very conscious in trying to do that. So chiropractor, my insurance, when my 6-month short-term from work disability ran out, so did my insurance. All right. So did my chiropractor visits that I was going with the chiropractor. It was a very low cost chiropractor. But once I ran out of insurance, it became very expensive. So I couldn't really go any longer. But the chiropractor, believe it or not, I was having a lot of neck pain. All right, real stiff neck leading up to my stroke. A lot, and it was all on this side. It was really radiating, and it was bad. And it hadn't been that bad probably for a long time. I don't know if it was ever that bad, but I thought, well, I'm going to go to a chiropractor. Lisa told me never let a chiropractor crack your neck. Now, that's up in the air. I don't know, because it can cause a stroke. Yeah, I went 3 days before and I had a stroke, but they cracked my neck. And when he cracked it, I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Hindsight, I don't know. And I don't know if that caused it. And I'm not going to say it did, but just coincidence. But I have gone back to the chiropractor since then, but they don't crack my neck. I just tell them not to, but my lower back, right in here on this side. Really, I got to stretch that out a lot because that's affected on this leg. And I noticed I started going to the chiropractor and they would massage that muscle a lot because I'm compensating with my left side. My right side, I'm hiking the hip and I'm doing stuff with this side to get it through. Now, foot drag. I don't have severe foot drop, so I can walk. My toes will catch the ground when I'm getting up in the middle, like to go to the bathroom. All right, so that foot will drag. But I really got to be conscious of it, lift it, and make a step. So that's still coming, and it is. I'm lifting that leg up. You can't see it, but I'm lifting it up, but I'm struggling still because this back is tight, real tight. My lower back is really sore, and I got to stretch that out. And I noticed if I do start walking and hiking, the more I walk and hike, the easier it gets.
Yeah.
To a point. Then you get fatigued, and then that's fatigue. But yes, and I know that's one of the things you encouraged me about too, Stitch, is doing that repetition and that hiking and you took you're hiking. You hiked in quite a bit. Do quite a bit of miles now.
Yeah. Actually, it took a while. I would fatigue because the muscles weren't up here, oddly enough. So it made it hard to walk because it would hurt just from trying to hold myself and my head up kind of thing.
Yeah.
For a while. So the legs felt fine because it really only impacted my arms when I had that injury. So because the stuff going to the legs keeps on going down. So when it crushed those nerves that pop out of the cervical spine that can run down into your arms. But because I would get so fatigued so easily from walking, I really couldn't walk very far for a while.
And then
Once I started getting it back, yeah, it was good.
Your backpack too is resting right there.
Yeah.
Straps to the backpack. You know, and you get a good backpack adjusted where you can, carry most of the weight on your hips and balance it. But I would imagine that was probably a learning, getting better too.
Yeah, I think once I was able to walk fine, then I was able to throw a pack on, because I'll take a day pack, like if we're taking the dog for a 4 mile, 5 mile hike or something like that. I have to take a pack because I got to take her water and bowl and dog bags for dog things. And,
Yeah.
and some treats. Yeah, some treats.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm surprised Bailey ain't up here looking for some pepperonis yet.
Yeah.
So one of the things Lou asked Tony, have you tried yoga? I did a class at the YMCA. Some movements I was limited, but it seemed to help. I have not done any yoga, but in the morning I get like in a dog down position. I think that's what it's called, downward dog.
Mm-hmm.
And really stick my arms out and then really try to stretch that lower back. I take my right leg and I try to turn it in, but I've got to move it with my arm. I got to get it in position, and I try to stretch the outer hip. When I was younger, I had slipped epiphyseal. That's when right before you're a certain age, there's a little half moon bone on top of your leg bone, and it's called epiphyseal. That little bone is a growth center right there where they meet, and then once they grow together and fuse together, about 14 years old, it's a solid bone. But until then, I felt like I had a Charlie horse in my leg. In about I think it was fifth grade. And I went to go throw a softball. I was going to a chiropractor. They were massaging and stuff. And I kept saying felt like I had a Charlie horse in my leg. And then eventually I went to throw a softball at field days, and all you heard was this loud popping noise. And it was that bone popped out from that epiphyseal out of the joint onto the muscles. And they took me back, and then they took an x-ray, and they came out and told my mom. They said, no, there's nothing wrong. But here I'm bawling in the thing. And they went back and she said, he doesn't cry for no reason. And so they went back and looked at it and said, oh, we see where it hit the epiphyseal, that bone popped out. So I got pins in the hip. They put screws through my bone up into that epiphyseal, 3 screws. And then while I was on crutches recovering from that, the other side happened. So I had that until they grew together, and then they took the pins out. Why did I just say all that? I don't know. But
yoga, because Lou asked if you practiced yoga. So you were talking about your down dog.
That's right. So I've always struggled with, how you sit cross-legged, I put one heel up. The one leg, I can do that. Actually, believe it or not, I can do that with my left leg. My right leg, same as a stroke side. That's interesting. I can't put my heel up on my leg and sit like that with my leg, cross-legged, I guess you'd call it. Mm-hmm. I used to be able to sit Indian style when I was little, but it seemed like after that, I must not have ever stretched that area out on that one side over the years. And that might still be why I have trouble. But yes, old crack and dated walking and stuff, definitely walking over the, can throw, if you're not walking evenly, it can throw back problems. And yes, the trekking poles are helping. Stitch, did they do a fusion?
They did a. All right.
Yeah. My phone's buzzing.
Yeah, I was hearing that.
Yeah, that's Miss 2.0's off work. She always calls me on her way home.
Well,
But
that's nice of her.
yeah, she knows. She'll know. She'll go, oh my gosh, she's still on. Yeah.
Yeah, they did what they called a laminectomy on me. So they went to several of the cervical spine. They actually cut the back of the bone off, so that it gave room inside that cervical spine area through there. So it opened it up so I wouldn't be, with a pocket knife on the high voltage wire anymore. And then they had to put pins in railroad tracks to, keep it. You used to have a disc. Now it's shaped like this. So they put railroad tracks that run this way on it.
Lou, has that affected movement in your neck? I mean, because they're fused?
You asking Lou or me?
I mean, Stitch, is that has that affected movement?
Not really.
No, that's good.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty good. I mean,
That's great.
I can
Yeah.
do all that stuff. So
That is
I
good.
think it's flexible wire, I think.
Bungee cord.
Yeah. Well,
Or like the Alpine Warrior, like on that what is it, on the stool? You know how the shock cord? That's what.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like so.
There you
You
go.
got shock cord in there.
Snaps
I got
right into place.
bungee cords in my neck.
Yeah, my lumbar fused. Yeah. Lou's lumbar is fused. C4 and 6. C4 through 6.
Oh, wow.
Lumbar. Well, that's not lumbar though. That's L. Lumbars are L's. C's are cervical spine.
You said you weren't a doctor.
I'm not, but I've had some experience with doctors that had to deal with it.
Yeah. Lumbar. What? That's your lower back. Lumbar. Yeah.
Should be the
look,
S.
you just
The
popped-
S
What are you
vertebrae.
doing here, Bailey?
Pepperoni. Pepperoni
Yes,
time.
you came in. What are you doing? Pepperoni? You want a pepperoni? Yes, you do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have to get her one. Close the door.
Stitch, do you have an Outback too?
I do. Yeah. All the
Yeah.
cool kids do, from what I
All
understand.
right.
I
Yep.
love
Right.
that statement before. That was too funny. What color is it?
It's white. Pearl
Nice.
white.
There you
Yeah.
go. Nice.
Yeah, I have to take it in for its 60,000 here in about 1,000.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's been doing well. I like it. It's great in the snow.
Yeah,
Love
you
it.
can't beat
Love
them.
it in the snow.
This is our.
Can't beat them. The gas mileage is unbelievable in those.
Yeah. Yeah, I get about 27, I think, in mine, and I've got the 3.6 motor.
Oh,
Mostly
okay.
because I you live at altitude, so your engine's not operating quite as well. So
Right.
the smaller one would be fine, I think, any place else. But if you live up here in the mountains, I think it helps get you going. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Pepperoni time.
Pepperoni, come here. I'll get her down here. There she is. Right, sit. Wait. Oh, come on. Yeah. So we'll go all hand movements this way, and then I got it. Go. Come on. What are you doing? You do it all. Oh, I took the carpet off the floor. She's slipping. That's why. She's sitting up. Okay. Bang. 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 The carpet. Oh, you girls are slipping, ain't they? Yeah. Her feet are slipping. Yeah.
Oh.
I got one piece left. Ugh. All right. And we'll get my camera back. Here you go. You don't got to work for that one. Yeah. All right. Tony, were you in the military? If so, does the VA offer anything to help? I was in the military for like 3 days. So when I was in high school, I I was down at Quantico, Virginia, because I went into signed up for the Marines, and while I was going down for the orientation and stuff, I wasn't in it, but I was in preparation of going in it. So while I was down there, my back has a curve in the spine. So they say it's not scoliosis. They say it's something else. When I was 2, I fell like
Come on up here.
1.5 stories through a stairwell to the ground, and the chiropractor said that my back
Yes.
it affected its growth, and that growth made my spine curve. So Quantico said my spine was 1 degree off of what they allowed for me to get in the military. So they said, "Oh, we don't need you." So when I got back from that weekend, I was no longer a candidate for it. So I was not in the military then. But
But
Dad,
you tried.
yeah, I tried. And I was just told recently, they said, hey, you probably couldn't have got in the Marines, but you should have checked the other forces. I was like, oh, I didn't think of that. But actually, my state representative, I was told, went to bat for me, and they said, no, it's not wartime, so we don't need you. But if it was wartime, I could have got in with that 1 degree off. But then again, I wouldn't have met Miss 2.0. So if I'd have gone in, I definitely wouldn't. We wouldn't have met. So it worked out good. Yep. But no, so I don't have the availability for the VA. Let's see. Oh, good night, Lou. I'm a Toyota guy, Josh says. Close enough. Our camera mount is old crack. Yeah, that's squeaking when I moved the camera around. I could have loosened it up and done it, and it would have sounded a lot better. But it was screeching. Let's see. We have to be young at heart, even when the rest of our body doesn't know it. I have to go tomorrow for a chest X-ray. Doctor thinks either pneumonia or cancer. Don't know yet. Well, Carl, definitely keep us informed, and we will be praying for your visit tomorrow. That it's neither, right? We're going to pray that it's neither. Yes, good night, Lou. And yeah, old silver beard. And if you saw Lou, because he was on here before, he's got a long beard and it's silver right down the middle. All right, Billy, go on out. You going to go out? There you go. No more pepperonis. And stay out. No, just kidding. Yeah. Did anyone have any more questions about the stove? Alpine Warrior, anything to mention about the stove?
Oh, well, first off, what was your impression the first time using it, as far as how much it heated up that hot tank?
Well, I was shocked at how much it. Hey, buddy, how much that thing heated up. It heated up really fast, and once I closed the door, I was in a t-shirt, so these two play. So Kat had to come in because we got her. If you watch the stroke series, the cat was dropped off at her house. That's name is Lucky, but those two play a lot. And Bailey likes to itch it like a flea, and it likes to be. It comes in, it lays down in front of her nose, so she bites it like it itches them. Yeah, funny. So I was shocked at how warm that produced heat. And how easy it was to control, with the dampers, and how much I thought there would be a bigger learning curve. Not. And as far as the only thing that I struggled with, and is the stove pipe.
Right.
That was the hardest part.
I tell you what, though, I like the fact that you mentioned while you were filming because you were using that hardwood, the oak,
Yeah.
that it wasn't burning through it that quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't. Like I said, that one pack lasted me a long time. And when I put the wood in the stove and I backed the damper off, things like that, it really radiated the heat. And every time I looked in there, I was like, oh, it doesn't need a log. The logs were just in there. And, well, you can see, because I filmed down when I lifted the lid off, you could see how.
Yeah, that's so nice. You have that round hole in the top that you can look in and feed it almost with too, which is nice.
Yeah. Actually, because I cut the logs in half, I slipped the one log. I didn't want to open the door in the front and everything. I thought, I got the lid off. I wonder if it'll fit down in there. I put it right through the top,
Nice.
through that hole. Yeah, and then just put the lid back on. And it's almost like I didn't affect the air going in from the bottom.
Right.
I fed it through the top. Now, I would probably have, the next time I do it, I don't know if I'm going to cut them in half. Because, believe it or not, that's a pretty good sized interior. I'll tell you what. So, see this ruler? This is my father-in-law's ruler. Every time him and I were doing something, I'd always see him with this ruler. I've never showed it, but my father-in-law, at least his dad, passed away. But I love this ruler, and I like getting it out because it reminds me of him. Yeah. So I would say if you cut wood at 14 and a half inches.
That's pretty good size.
Yeah, and this piece of wood that I have here was 8.5, so 17 inches. So I would probably knock at least 3 inches off the wood,
Right.
And that would be full. And when I said 14 and a half, I got another. I could really cut it 15 inches. But it would be too close to the door.
Right.
I would do probably 14. I'd probably do 14. Just do 14. Yeah. But cutting it in half worked as well. So that worked great as well. So I was just shocked. I was really, really pleasantly pleased at how well that stove did. And I can't compare it to a stainless steel one. I'm only familiar with this one, the titanium. But
now in the future with that hot tank, do you think that you're going to be able to put that in a snake skin so you can pack it up quickly or deploy it quickly if you can get it into a snake skin?
You know what? Probably a very large one. A larger one. Only because it's light material.
Yeah.
It's not Dyneema or anything like that, but it's a step up from that. I would say it's not. It's got that rip resistance, like that one Tyrus tarp.
Rip stop, right?
Yeah, the rip stop. But it's very. It is a light material, and I think if you start twisting it from the bottom, like I do the tarp, like I roll it from the corner, and as I'm rolling it and it gets up there, it's across. I think the snake skin would slide in from the end. I don't know.
Yeah, if you can get it in there, I think it'd make it so much easier for you.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and not having to put it back in that bag, because those bags really need to be 6 inches larger. They make the bags so tight that you got to fold it up almost exactly like it was folded up to get it back in the bag. That's why a stuffed sack, I was thinking later on trying to stuff sack, but yeah, I think a large snakeskin, only because of this snakeskin, and I know how this one works. I think that will work out very, very good. Did you think lighting the fire was easy or hard to light? Dan asks. Believe it or not, I thought that fire, this stove, the fire I lit very, very easy. Now I used a fire starter, one of those little squares that Scott had given me. I had the Bigfoot Bushcraft fire starters that I could have used, but I didn't use those because he gave me those little squares. And I lit that, put that in there, stuck a couple sticks in that I found around, and boom, started putting bigger wood in. I didn't use the hardwood, fatwood. I didn't use that because of my first experience with fatwood. Too much oil, and it created that black smoke.
Now, Tony, in the future, with your experience with that stove and the stovepipe, what would you suggest to your watchers about what they could do to make it a little easier for them?
So I do want to say goodbye to Drew first. And he said, cue the music 2.0 out. All right. Thanks for a great another Sunday Night Live. Yes, you're welcome. And thanks, Drew, for all the questions and stuff. You really, really, that was very, very good. Josh says, how's the stovepipe working out? And that's probably a lead into your question. Okay, Alpine.
Okay.
For the stove, putting this stove, for me talking about this one, it goes together very, very easy. Very easy. Definitely burn it in. And I would say, even though you watch the videos on how to do the stovepipe, don't rush the process. And that's one of the things that was part of my frustration with it, is that I was doing everything that I was watching on the videos, but you still got to go by feel, and you still got to go, okay, this might not be their first rodeo showing it. And they might just be showing it in the best light. Like everything that people do, a lot of times you always want to show it the best light, right? But just know that that stove pipe is probably the only thing you're going to struggle with. But don't let it be a struggle. Just take your time. And probably some people will rush it, and then that's when you get into problems. You kink it. I really, really did not want to kink it. I didn't want to get a wrinkle. I didn't want to get a fold over. So many scenarios in my mind. And the fact that it's sharp edges.
Right.
Was probably, when it says use the gloves, use the gloves. It says sharp edges for a reason. That's because it can cut you. It's very thin. And anytime you're dealing with metal, it's very thin. But that's probably some of the stuff is that you're going to try to operate with it as gingerly as possible so that you don't mess it up, or you got the
you have to be patient with it.
You definitely got to be patient with it. And mentally, because of the way it crinkles when you're doing stuff, you just think it's very, very fragile too. You don't want to do something wrong. And I don't know that you really can do too much wrong if you take your time. Did you think lighting the fire was easy? Yes. Let's see. Stems are very easy to start fires. Yes, they're very easy to. Jeff Jeep Stuff asks, are they expensive? Yeah, I would say they are.
They've come down in the price quite a bit from 2 years ago, though.
Yeah, and I want to say there's a big difference, and there's a lot of variations of stoves.
Yes.
So really, it's going to be name, stainless steel or titanium. Titanium's always going to be more expensive, but also titanium's lighter. So there's always trade-offs, and that's like they always say what Stitch you does ultralight is not ultralight on the wallet, right? So the lighter you go, the more expensive it gets. So, but titanium, I would also say, from what I don't have any experience in it, but this being titanium, I do have that experience. Is they say it cooks off very easy, and someone said the hotter it burns, it cleans it.
Yes.
You know, and you may not know, but the other night I was sitting up here in the studio, and my cup is my titanium cup has gotten, from using it, it's gotten stained on the inside and different things. So I had the burner. I had my little burner out, and I was up here and I was just doing stuff. I was going to heat up some water. So I thought, I'll just use the little burner. So I did, but I noticed in there, when I set it on there, I had to get the water, but it started smoking because there was residue and stuff in the bottom of the cup. It was all caked and, stained. So I thought, I think I'm going to let it smoke and let it just burn. And believe it or not, this thing, it got clean. Look at that. Got like brand new again. I mean, and if I could show you the inside of that cup, it was terrible. It was really rough, but I just let it burn, and it got clean. So I thought, I can get the other one out, and I burned that one in. So, but titanium, you can clean them by burning them hot, and so that's why we were talking about creosote. It can still get creosote on it. But one of the ways to clean it is burn it hot, and it will.
With those stoves, though, I would say it's going to come down to personal preference. That being said, anybody interested in getting one should do their homework, because there's so many now that are on the market and so many variations. So it pays to look at it and do some homework on it before you purchase one. Absolutely.
Yeah. That stove you have, I know you said when you were showing on one of your gear videos, you showed your stove that has the pattern.
The Pomley. Yeah, that's the winter version. It's got the deer on it and stuff like that. But that's just for aesthetics. I mean, you don't need to have that at all. But
no, but it's beautiful.
Yeah.
In fact, Baum Outdoors, BAUM Outdoors has a very similar stove. I think this
yes, he does. He's got the first version of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's trees and mountain cutouts.
Right.
Yeah, it reminded me of yours. So does titanium hold the heat as well as other materials? Titanium is a thinner metal, just from my experience, than stainless steel. I want to say it radiates the heat. It doesn't necessarily hold the heat. It cools off.
It cools off faster.
Yeah. So like these cups, I almost threw the lid off of it, but these cups, titanium, it'll transfer the heat. I know the handles get hot, but the handles cool off very quick. Titanium cools down very quick, except for if you got hot liquid in it, like coffee, and you go to drink it and don't have hot lips on at the end, you'll burn your lip. Yeah, right? Yeah, but very, very good. Titanium, I want to say, is a very...
Hey, your mic's going.
Mic's going.
This is when Alpine and I get, to chat amongst ourselves.
Yeah, there you go.
Last time this happened, Alpine, I don't know if you were around, but he kind of kind of shut himself down and brought himself back.
Yeah, Mike.
Uh-oh.
Is that better?
Yeah, you're looking good.
Yeah, it
sounding
sounds
good.
good.
Looking good,
Yeah.
sounding good.
Looking
Sounds
good,
good.
sounding good. Yeah. Yeah. No, you guys can talk. Yeah.
Get yourself one of these, Stitch. You have one of those?
I don't, but I could probably make one.
There you go. And get
Oh,
a
that would be nice.
spoon and go with it.
Yeah, that's nice. The one thing is if you drop it in the water, it won't sink.
That's it. It'll float. Yeah, it's good to use in a kayak.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Unless it's made out of sycamore. Sycamore does not float.
Well,
Sinks.
yeah, man, I hate those little sycamore things.
Oh, the spiny things.
Yeah, I hated those.
Yeah.
Hard to run around barefoot like that.
Yes. Yeah, Josh says I want one of them wooden cups so bad. Yeah.
Cusca.
Where'd you get that?
Got
Cusca?
that from actually the Uberleben website.
Okay.
That company makes them. Uberleben?
Uberleben.
Uberleben with a U.
Yeah, Uberleben.
Right. I think that's how you say it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know when I've gotten a ride and I was late getting to the ride and I had Uber. He said, "Oh, Uber leaving. I'm leaving. I'm out of here." So Uber leaving. That's how I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh man, these dad jokes. You're killing me, Tony.
Right?
Oh.
Yeah. I want to hear you guys with some dad jokes every once in a while. Come on.
I don't have any.
Yeah,
don't have any.
Brown, don't build a boat out of sycamore.
No.
I actually worked for Ashland when Lisa and I first got married. I worked for a tree company. I was a landscaper for a while, and the company went out of business, and so I went to work for Ashland. We would climb trees and cut around power lines. And the one guy says, "Hey, I had to go up a sycamore tree, and it was winter. They're full of so much water. The tree was literally ice when you stick your feet in it to go up it. And that tree was huge. It was big. But the one guy says, "Hey, do you think this will float?" And I said, "No way." I said, "Yeah, it'll float. All wood floats." He goes, "Nope." And he tossed that piece of wood in the water, and it sank like a rock. He said, "Sycamore won't float." Sycamore trees. Yeah,
Sycamore.
Josh. Yeah. Well, I did a whole. I preached a whole sermon one time about the sycamore tree, and when Jesus saw him up in the tree, he says, "Come down out of the sycamore tree," and so that's how I always remembered. Well, come down, because the sycamore doesn't float. It was a whole thing I did on it, but yeah, I didn't realize sycamores didn't float. Sank like a rock. I didn't get sycamore now that I get the flu shot every year. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
They're doing better dad jokes than Alpine and I, that's for sure.
Laugh out, y'all. Y'all getting like Tony with the jokes. Funny stuff. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. Yeah, see, I'm pressing. I not even realize that I'm pressing on that muscle right there. If I press down on it, that kind of relieves it a little bit. But it's like a Charlie horse right there.
Yeah.
And I press down on it to kind
of. That one's probably trying to take up the slack for one of the other muscles that are in there. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But that's why, like a PT might. But more
You
like
ever
the
think about
exercise
acupuncture,
physiologist.
Tony?
No. I was doing a stem machine. The stem machine was it was actually helping me to lift my foot. So they would say like, this is my leg. You know, you have your shin bone that runs down there. There's a muscle right about here on the shin.
Right.
And they would put the stem unit a pad above and below, and then it would shock it, you know, and it would make my foot flex back.
Okay.
And then that was helping me to learn to lift my foot again. So now I grab the side, say if this is my shin, I grab the side of it and I pull that muscle like this. And then it makes my foot flex, or I rub up on that muscle, and it'll make my foot flex up as well. So there's something to do with stimulating that makes your muscles move.
That's your missing nerve thing. So I did have the TINS unit,
Yes,
but basically the same thing. And they would put, you know, try to get my muscles. But what they had me do was as it comes on, you need to actually try to make that muscle move yourself. And then it's going to move it for you. But you're trying to get that connection between the brain, telling it to do it as it's doing it with, you know, because the TENS unit's going to do it whether your brain tells it to or not, right?
yes.
So that's what they had me doing, is you had to actually try to move that muscle that when it actually turned on and cycled on, so that you're trying to send that signal as it's doing. This is, you know, you're trying to regrow that pathway. So I had to do that quite a bit for my arms. So that I don't know if they had you doing that or not. Like, try to raise your foot when you feel it cycle on.
Yes.
Because okay, good.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when I was able to go.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Because if it just cycles your muscles, it'll actually, your muscle won't atrophy, but it's not going to grow that nerve
Connection.
blade. Yeah. So you got to actively be working that at the same time.
Yeah, mirror therapy too. I don't know if they had you do that, where they put, so this side didn't move, right? So I would lay it here, and then they would put a mirror down the middle, and then you're looking at this arm or the mirror, but you're seeing this arm, and you're moving this arm, but it makes you think you're moving this arm. And it was mirror therapy, and it tricked the brain into thinking you were moving it. And then that would help create a pathway as well.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
It's really neat.
I didn't have the differential problem, so I didn't get to enjoy the mirror therapy. I can see where that's fascinating, actually.
Yeah, very. And then there was another one was, I didn't get this one, like they didn't do this one to me, but restrain. They would restrain your good side so that you would be forced to move the opposite side. Like, if you wanted to do something, you got to use it.
Yeah.
You know, and keep working at it, because generally we always, just like water flows to the area of least resistance. Well, as you know, you're gonna go to the easiest way to do things, and a lot of times you're not even consciously thinking about it, but your body wants to get it done, so you're naturally just using your bad side or your
good side,
your good side, and not challenging your other side any longer, because it's just becoming easier to just get it done. So the thought was, you got to challenge this side and force yourself to use that side.
That's why we were harping on you to make sure you did your 2.0 with your right hand whenever you did it, just so that you,
Yeah, and sometimes I was going, you're like, no,
it's okay. You're doing it.
2.0.
That's good.
Yeah, it's tight. Like, it's getting tighter as the night goes on. and I have to like grab a hold of it. I bend it backwards. Sometimes when I'm walking, because naturally, believe it or not, naturally, I mean, step back so you can see me better. But as you walk, you'll see sometimes I'm walking like this because my arm's starting to turn, and see how it's turning like that? It will turn, and naturally it wants to do this. So that you're walking like this. It wants to do that. So you got to do everything in your power to keep it stretched. So a lot of times you'll see me sitting and I'll prop this arm and I'm pulling that elbow in because I got to try to get this straight because it wants to keep going like this because it wants to naturally curl in, completely go.
Huh.
And it does it more if you're walking and you're getting tired or you're start thinking. I'm not sure the reason why, but it does. It wants to turn in, and that's one of the struggles is trying to keep it stretched and things like that to cause it not allow it to do that. Yeah, and some of it is just massaging the muscles too. Yeah, and then the later it gets, night, a lot of times you'll hear I start slurring again. You might not ever notice it, but I do. So, yeah, really sad. I watched videos leading up to the stroke the other day. I saw a couple of them, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, look at me walking! Look at me using that side body!" And I was like, "Oh, I got to turn this off."
Yeah.
Because that's one thing about YouTube. I'm so documented now, and even when I was videoing myself during the stroke recovery, it was so good to go back a week, 2 weeks, and review it because you don't see how far you're coming.
That's very true.
Yeah.
It would be, I would just all of a sudden realize that, hey, I'm doing this. I couldn't do this a month ago, but it just slowly, all of a sudden, you're aware that now, hey, I couldn't move my arm that way a month ago, but
Right.
or the pain that I get when I'm working over the counter fixing dinner or something like that. I'm still getting it, but I'm not getting it as often or as soon.
Yeah.
But it's sometimes it's months, and I just realized I just haven't had that pain, and it just takes a long time. So yeah, having that documentation has got to be pretty handy because I didn't have any documentation like you're talking about. That would have probably been very helpful if you're recovering from something like this, is to actually periodically film yourself and do certain things, and then a
reflect
month
back on
later
it.
try it again and go like, oh man, I'm looking at what I did and I could just kind of get like this.
Yeah, because that's very encouraging.
I think so.
Yeah, when you look back, it becomes very encouraging. That's just like losing weight. If you're on a weight plan or exercise plan, you film yourself. It's always good to, in 1 month, look back to see where you're at. Because you're thinking, in 1 month, I'm doing all this stuff and nothing's changing. But then you pull up a side-by-side photo. And it's like, oh, okay, I am getting better.
Yeah.
I am losing weight, or I am, I can see more definition. And then you go, I want to go 30 more days. And so that's why they always say take before and after pictures because it is a very high encouraging. And so if you are going through anything, physical struggles, things like that, same principle, do that as well. And Josh says high or low sugar, high or low blood pressure can mimic or make stroke symptoms return. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And staying hydrated is huge. Very, very huge with that. I've been sober. Colton says, I'm going to read this here. Hey, dude, I just wanted to share that I've been sober 5 weeks now after
Oh,
being an alcoholic for 9
Awesome.
years straight. Your videos helped me a lot to be stress and cure freedom during uh, first week of, uh, first week of sobriety. Colton, yeah, you're amazing. That is so awesome, 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 awesome. That thank you for sharing that, and congratulations on 5 weeks, which is the beginning of your journey of being sober. That
Wow.
is so awesome,
Good for
Colton.
you,
Man,
buddy.
that's great, 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 great. Oh man, that's perfect. Super, super. Yeah, and I I know yeah, I mean that is really really good, very very good, and I'm gonna stay connected, stay with like-minded, birds that flock together. So you're probably gonna find now I've never gone through what you're gone through, but I just know surround yourself, continue to surround yourself with the areas that you want to improve and areas that you're probably going to find out that a lot of things will change. Stay true to you and continue to press forward, and don't let anything get you down. And stress, what's stress? Right. Just live in the moment and in the day. Don't let anything bother you or stress you out, because
Be
that's
limitless.
yes, absolutely. And make sure you got an accountability partner. Maybe you already do, but make sure you have an partner, someone that's not afraid to say, "Hey, how you doing?" and commit to them that you're going to answer them honestly. All right, no matter what, answer them honestly, but get that person that will you can stay accountable to. And congratulations, that is so awesome. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man, it makes my day. So that's what we were waiting for, almost 4 hours, just to find out and to celebrate with Colton that he's on this journey, and we're coming alongside your brother, and we will be there absolutely. Shoot me an email. It's randomadventures927 at gmail.com. Shoot me an email. Let's talk on the phone. Alrighty. So let's see. 1 hour, 1 day at a time.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
well done, Colton. Make sure you go to those meetings. The minute you go, I don't want to go to the meeting, is exactly when you need to go to the meeting.
Yeah.
Stay
So,
strong, brother.
yeah.
Wow. So I'm just going to read this again. So finally reconnecting with my dad as well after 3 years. And we're going cold camping, 20-degree nights at Hanging Rock. Oh, North Carolina. I just looked up
Nice.
Hanging Rock. I've been getting my gear together. Brother, that is so awesome. And that you're reconnecting with your dad. We have an enemy that hates relationships. And I know I'm going to say this, but don't let the enemy come between you and those that love you. All right. So continue to build that relationship, and he will restore that which the moth had tried to destroy. He will restore that. And brother, I'm going to continue to start praying for you and add that to my prayer list. Just that you guys have a rekindling, that the days that were lost are renewed even quicker. Alrighty. Absolutely. Man, that's great. Man, all kinds of good news. Amen, brother. Amen, Colton. Amen. All right. I hear Bailey ran up the steps quick and then ran back down. All right.
Hey, Stitch, you ever hear of Jest School?
Oh, yeah.
Did you get an opportunity to go or not?
No.
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 Okay.
That would have been cool though.
Yeah. What is it called? Alpine?
Jest school.
Just.
Jest school. Yeah, it's in the
Jest.
Philippines. They put the pilots through it. It's jungle environmental survival training.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, they show you all the stuff you can eat, all the things that want to eat you, things that
Really?
yeah.
Neat.
I didn't really need it as much. It was more a big Vietnam thing, so where it kind of came out of.
Okay.
Oh, look at you. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Let's see.
Yeah.
That's what the patch looks like.
Yeah.
Very
So,
cool.
Actually have a map of the area that it's laid out in the Philippines, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Wow.
Do you have like Negriti instructors?
Oh, we did the Aguitos? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You had to buy you had to get a knife made from a leaf spring, and water buffalo horn was on the handle.
Yeah.
That's what you had to purchase to go through it. Very cool though.
Yeah.
Are you still on?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
Why?
Hi, Miss 2.0.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, come in.
No.
Say hi.
Why? No. Why are you
Aw.
still on?
Why? Because we're having fun. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that nice the way it's all set up? Yeah, so if you noticed, I took the love seat out, the wicker love seat out, Miss 2.0. I was like, there's no place to sit now. But the room is 8 by 11. And so it was taking up a lot of room. And the only thing I was doing on it was sitting and taking my shoes off at the end of the day. So I thought, I should just get it out of the room and get it reset up a little different. So it did give a little bit more depth of field. Hey, hon, Emma Brown says, hi, Miss 2.0. Josh says, hello, Miss 2.0. Jess, hi, Miss 2.0.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
She just got off work. She's all in her scrubs. She's going to go get changed into her jammies.
Go eat.
Oh, yeah. She's going to go eat. She's hungry. Yeah, that was really good.
Was it?
Yeah. So I made for dinner. So Papa Ray's gumbo.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So thank you, John. So this is a little preview for tomorrow. So this does come in mail Monday, and I was like, oh, man, I got to try this. Carl says, hi, Miss 2.0. Oh, man, it's a lot of people saying hi, Miss 2.0. She's in the bathroom getting changed and so forth, and she's going to go down and eat some of this. So I made this gumbo. It does have the recipe on the back. Using sausage, smoked sausage and chicken. So it says you mix 1 gallon of water, but there's 16 servings in here. So it says 16 cups of water or 1 gallon. So I broke it down to just make enough for her and I and some leftovers. But I did what kind of... Is that seasoning mix? Yes. So it's mostly seasonings in there, and I just spooned that out. That's where I came up with that because of this stuff. I know you're going to see all this tomorrow, but this is going to be next on the menu. It's a jambalaya mix. So a lot of this stuff came from this little town of Church Point. Down in Louisiana. So when I said, hey, I talked to a guy in Louisiana, he said, where are you from? I asked him where he's from. He said, Louisiana Bayou. I said, no, I'm in Pennsylvania. I got that from playing around with opening the mail Monday stuff. I was like, oh, Louisiana Bayou. I was doing all that stuff and came up with that fun dad joke. So, yes, you got me craving some Creole now. There you go. Definitely, definitely.
Good to see Gunther.
Yes, yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, and you were taking Gunther for some, bathroom breaks over that cold weather too, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. He loves the cold weather though.
Yeah.
That's what's so funny, you know. He's got a thick coat on him. What? What do you think? Huh? What do you think? Yeah. Huh? I don't know.
So stay hydrated. Definitely. Yep. Yeah, I just, with it being so cold, I wanted to take and boil water and throw it up in the air and see if I could make snow. I didn't get a chance to do that. I even mentioned it to you, Alpine, about doing that. And I didn't do it. I should have done it, tried it. That'd have been fun. Did you guys ever do that? Yeah?
Years ago, yeah, I think so. It's been a while.
I've
Just
only
a pan,
seen
just not
videos.
too much. Don't put too much in because you are carrying boiling water around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
And you're still recovering from a stroke, so
Exactly.
tripping
True.
over something.
Yeah. Oh, well. It's 44 degrees here, Josh says. Josh, where are you at again? I forget. And say hi to your wife for me as well. So Josh and I have talked on the phone, and we've prayed together on the phone, and his wife had suffered a stroke. She was going to need surgery, but we prayed. Now she no longer needs surgery. That is so awesome. Going to visit my wife tomorrow. Dan says, I think I'm going to get out of here to get ready for bed. Going to visit my wife tomorrow. Dan, we'll be praying for you. Definitely. And give me a call too if you feel like it tomorrow on your travels, if you're in the car driving. Jason says, I got to do that in Kansas. I got to do that in Kansas a few years ago. Water turned to steam, really cool. Oh, that is wow. Yeah, I wish I would have done that. It's getting, well, it's a lot warmer here than it was. I think this week it's supposed to be pretty warm in Pennsylvania. Just looking at the map, but we're getting rain.
Yeah, like I said, it's been really pleasant here last 2 days. So
Now, Colorado, is that low humidity?
pretty low. Yeah. I think just it's low humidity. If you drive further east, you get into Kansas and stuff, and the humidity starts to go up. So I don't know if that's altitude related or if it's just kind of dry here. It might be altitude.
Yeah. Now, is Colorado the place where you see people skiing in shorts?
You can see them skiing in shorts pretty much any, spring skiing.
Yeah.
You'll see people spring skiing. That's when everybody does all sorts of crazy stuff.
Wow.
The girls are in bathing suits and skiing and, but that's, although, yeah, you're going to have to pick your day because it's still going to be cold up here. So it's got to be one of those nice days.
Yeah.
For pulling that kind of stunt.
Tony, I got a question for you.
Yes.
How often have you ever gone to the Canadian border from where you are?
One time. Okay. So one time, Lisa and I went on a honeymoon or anniversary, which is like a honeymoon. We went to Niagara Falls. Okay.
Okay.
So, and we crossed the border and went on the other side and went up the, there was a restaurant at that Sky restaurant and one of those things like they have out in Seattle, one of the needles.
Right.
That's the first time we went into a Ripley's, believe it or not, was on the Canadian
Oh,
side.
that's right. That's right. That's up there. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Tony,
Yeah.
you can go to the border from your state.
Oh, yeah?
Did you know that?
No.
Yes, you can. Did you know that, Stitch?
I'm trying because I'm trying to envision how that works. Well,
Yes,
you
you
can.
can.
Yeah, you can. When
It's a
Lake
trick
Erie
question.
when Lake Erie
Erie?
freezes, you
That's it.
you can walk over.
You
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. I was gonna say Lake Erie. I've steel fished. My father-in-law and I used to steel fish up there.
Oh,
Steelhead
nice.
fish. Yeah.
Nice.
And the steel fish that we caught up there, you just take them to like a smoker. They'll smoke it,
Oh,
but they weigh your fish. You give them the fish, they weigh it, and whatever weight it was, they already have smoked fish, and they give you back smoked fish in weight.
1 for 1.
Yeah.
Nice.
You have to pay for it, but
Right.
pay for the smoking of it. It's expensive. Yeah. Oh, Colton says if you add food coloring, maybe it would make colored snow, and then that's true. And then Josh says, "At Colton, just don't add yellow." Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was younger, my dad and uncle, they used to, they made a smokehouse. We used to smoke bluefish.
Yeah.
And also, they used to go out eeling with eel spears. And in the 70s, smoked eel was actually a common thing. They used to sell them a lot in bars and taverns.
Oh, wow.
They used to get good money for doing that, smoking eels. Yeah.
Huh.
If you don't know what you're eating, I mean, it's quite tasty. If you know, but yeah, sounds
Like
kind of interesting.
Like chicken?
Yeah, it could go down that road. I mean, depending on what you flavored it with.
Right?
Yeah.
Just kind of tastes like fish to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it real fishy eel?
It's oily. Yeah.
It's a little
well.
oily, like kind of like bluefish is really an oily
Oh,
fish
bluefish
too.
is very
Bluefish
oily.
is very oily.
I
That's
mean,
why smoked it's not
smoking's
too
the
bad,
best way.
you know?
Yeah, smoking's the best way to consume that.
Or I don't know if you guys ever tried this, but soaking it in milk.
Yeah, I never tried that. I would just smoke it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you smoke a fish.
Yeah, just like that.
Okay.
Just like that.
Right. Emma Brown says when Lake Erie freezes over, you don't want to be there in that weather. That is true. Just saying, she says.
No.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
think so.
Eel sushi isn't bad. Pretty common.
No, it's good. Good. Unagi.
Mm.
That's
Who?
the freshwater. Unagi.
Unagi.
Yeah. There's unagi and anago. Anago is the saltwater eel, and unagi is the freshwater eel. That's a kind of a tastier one, though.
I tell you, Stitch, every time you get on here, it's like
I just make some stuff up, brother. That's all.
I had sushi with eel sauce on it. It's addicting.
Yeah, it's
I've
good.
never soaked fish in milk, but in marinade chicken in buttermilk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miss 2.0 makes a breaded chicken every once in a while, and she uses mayonnaise instead of like egg wash. She'll use mayonnaise and
as a binder.
Yeah, and she mixes ranch dressing powder packet in mayonnaise, mixes it up, and then use that to coat the chicken, and then breads it. Very good. Very good.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, one of the things that I do ever since I had eaten that, made that chicken and dumpling soup, and part of what Frank said was to boil the chicken. Ever since I boiled the chicken, I only boil chicken now. That's how I cook chicken now. I boil it. I made pulled chicken the other day, barbecued pulled chicken, boiled the chicken first, and then it just shredded right up. And then I saved, I just covered it a little bit with the water, and then I boiled it enough with the skin and bones, and then stripped that stuff off, and then saved the broth and drank it. Yum.
Wow.
Very good. Yeah, but the chicken then I just shredded. Very easy. Made a pulled chicken sandwich. Very good. Barbecue pulled chicken. Very moist and tender. Duke's mayo is the best.
Duke's mayo is the best.
Guess what's coming along with Tony on the car camping?
You can't find Duke's mayo unless you. Well, I think you can get it on Amazon. I think that is one thing you can buy on Amazon.
I think you can, yeah.
Yeah.
I got it in a squeeze bag.
That is the best. Well done, Tony.
Yep. So
Where'd you get that, Tony?
What's that?
Where did you find that?
This one I found in Mechanicsburg at Walmart.
Huh.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Mechanicsburg Walmart. I saw that. I didn't want to get a whole jar, so I wanted something that I could squeeze and continue to reuse. You know, because
that's great.
Yeah, because I use that in my anytime I do the ramen noodle tuna. You know, I use mayonnaise packet, but the squeezed mayonnaise is very good.
Nice.
Duke's is our super arts here. Yeah. Can't stand Miracle Whip. Yeah, a lot of people don't care for Miracle Whip. That it's a different taste. I'm a vegan here. Yeah, Shibe. There's a really good vegan mayonnaise that
there he is.
Yes. Looking up at his dad.
Aww.
He's going, where's my pepperoni?
She's a good girl.
Yeah.
Good old girl, huh? She's wondering why I'm still up, though.
Oh, really? Why? That was the look. What are you doing?
Yeah, because she doesn't
Right?
lay down. She doesn't lay down, go to sleep, or where she goes until I lay down to give her a scratch from bed.
So that was the look. Like, are you almost going to wrap it up soon?
Come on, slacker. Yeah.
Right. All right. I had some vegan mayo. It's yeah, it is very creamy. Got a jar to test for a product testing. When I was a kid, I was a miracle when I didn't get old Kraken date. It says, when I was a kid, it was a miracle when I didn't get whipped. He's got some dad jokes too now. They're starting to come out. Well, old Kraken date always has a joke. Definitely. Pocket Beagle, Aaron, and Great Pyrenees Rottweiler mix. Josh has. Emma Brown, old Kraken did laugh out loud. Must have been like a dad. Yeah. Alrighty. So what time? Oh, we still got my favorite number on here. 27 people still watching. So we've gone 4 hours and 18 minutes. Alrighty.
Yep.
So
wow.
Yeah. Didn't feel like it. It only feels like we've been on a half an hour. Yep. So alrighty. So I guess, guys, we're going to break it up because Stitch's dog wants to go to bed. Yeah, it looks like Gunther's probably already sleeping, and I don't hear Bailey anymore. Lisa's eating.
Gunther's passed out.
Lisa's eating, so Bailey's at toe, sitting there going, come on, feed me some. So, all righty. So I am going to say thanks a lot, everyone, for coming along. And don't forget, we've got Mail Monday tomorrow. And I do want to say that I am just truly, truly blessed. And that's been 20 weeks that we've had Mail Monday. And just, yeah, amazing. And tune in tomorrow. Very, very good. Mail Monday. And then Thursday night, we got our Thursday night camping video, and that's going to be great. And this week, Gunther is
There's
sleeping.
Gunther.
There he is.
And this Thursday, that's going to be another scenario of traveling. And I hope, Bailey, you coming in? Did you hear us talking? Yep. You want to say goodnight? Come on in. Pushing the door open with your paw. All righty. So I want to say again, thanks a lot, everybody, for coming along. Bailey, come on up here. Come on, up. Come here. Oh, you want to say goodbye? Come up. Come here. Say goodbye. Oh, yeah. Say goodbye, everyone. See ya. Oh, look at she passed down. All right. It's a 3-dog night. Right? All right. So, hey, God bless everyone. Thanks a lot for coming on, everybody, tonight. Thank you, and we'll see you on the next Random Adventure. Everybody have an awesome, fantastic, incredible, amazing week, and we will catch you on the next one. All righty. What do we say? Take care, and 2.0 out. All right. We'll see you guys. Hey, thanks for coming along tonight. All right. I'm going to hit end broadcast. See ya. And all right.